me confused and eager to know, really and truly, all the life and miracles of our famous Spaniard Don Quixote de la Mancha, light and mirror of the Mancha cavalry, and the first in our age and in these calamitous times to put himself to work and exercise arms and errant, and to undo grievances, help widows, protect maidens, of those who walked with their lashes and palfreys, and with all their virginity on their shoulders, from mountain to mountain and from valley to valley, that, if it wasn't that some riot, or some villain with an axe and hood, or some enormous giant forced them, there was a maiden in the past that, after 80 years, who in all of them did not sleep a day under the roof, and she went to the grave as whole as the mother who had given birth to her. I say, then, that, for these and many other respects, our gallant Quixote is worthy of continuous and memorable praise, and even to me they should not be denied, for the work and diligence that I put in seeking the end of this pleasant story, although I well know that if heaven, chance, and fortune do not help me, the world will be left without the pastime and pleasure that anyone who reads it attentively will have almost 2 hours. It happened, then, to find it in this way. While I was one day in Alcanor de Toledo, a boy came to sell some folders and old papers to a merchant, and, as I am fond of reading, even if it is the torn papers of the streets, led by my natural inclination, I took a folder from those that the boy sold, and I saw it with characters that I knew to be Arabic. And, since, although he knew them, he couldn't read them, I went around looking to see if there seemed to be some Moorish mule who was reading them, and it was not very difficult to find such an interpreter, because, even if he looked for him in another better and more ancient language, he would find him. Finally, luck gave me one, who, telling him my wish and putting the book in his hands, opened it in the middle, and, reading a little in it, began to laugh. I asked him what he was laughing at, and he replied that it was something that book had written in the margin as an annotation. I told him to tell me, and he, without stopping his laughter, said, "As I have said, this is written here in the margin, this Dulcinea del Toboso, so many times in this story referred to, they say that she had the best hand for salting pigs than any other woman from the whole Mancha." When I heard, Dulcinea del Toboso, said, I was astonished and in suspense, because then it occurred to me that those briefcases contained the story of Don Quixote. With this imagination, I urged him to read the beginning, and doing so, turning the Arabic offhand into Spanish, he said that it read, History of Don Quixote of La Mancha, written by Said Hamid Benengeli, an Arab historian. A great deal of discretion was required to hide the satisfaction I received when the title of the book reached my ears, and, skipping the merchant, I bought the boy all the papers and folders for half a real. That, if he had discretion and knew what I wanted them, he could well promise himself and take more than 6 reals from the purchase. I then withdrew with the Morisco through the cloister of the main church, and begged him to turn those folders, all those that dealt with Don Quixote, into the Spanish language, without removing or adding anything to them, offering him whatever payment he wanted. He contented himself with 2 arabas of raisins and 2 bushels of wheat, and he promised to translate them well and faithfully and as soon as possible. But I, to make the business easier and not to let go of such a good find, brought him to my house, where in little more than a month and a half he translated it all, in the same way that it is referred to here. In the first folder, painted very naturally, was Don Quixote's battle with the Biscayan, positioned in the same posture as the story tells, swords raised, one covered with his buckler, the other with his pillow, and the mule of the Biscayans so lively, that he was showing himself to be for hire at crossbow shot. The Biscayan had a title written at his feet that said, Don Sancho de Azpeitia, which, without a doubt, must have been his name, and at Rocinante's feet was another that said, Don Quixote. Rocinante was marvelously painted, so long and stretched out, so attenuated and skinny, with so much backbone, so confirmed hetic, that it clearly showed how carefully and appropriately the name Rocinante had been given to him. Next to him was Sancho Panza, who had his donkey by the halter, at the feet of which was another label that said, Sancho Zancus, and it must have been that he had, from what the painting showed, a big belly, a short waist and the long legs, and for this reason it must have been given the name Panza and Zancus, which history sometimes calls it with these two nicknames. Some other trifles should be noted, but they are all of little importance and do not make sense of the true relationship of the story, that none is bad as it is true. If any objection can be raised to this one close to its truth, it cannot be other than that its author had been an Arab, since it is very common for those of that nation to be liars, although, because our enemies are such, it can be understood that having been lacking in it rather than too much. And so it seems to me, because, when I could and should extend my pen in praise of such a good gentleman, it seems that industry spends them in silence, something badly done and worse thought. Historians having and should be punctual, true and not nothing passionate, and that neither interest nor fear, rancor or fondness, do not make them turn from the path of truth, whose mother is history, emulator of time, deposit of actions, witness of the past, example and warning of the present, warning of what is to come. In this one I know that you will find everything you can wish for in the most peaceful, and if something good is missing from it, for me I have that it was due to the author's greyhound, rather than due to the lack of the subject. Finally, its second part, following the translation, began in this way: the cutting swords of the two valiant and angry combatants placed and raised high, it seemed that they were threatening heaven, earth and the abyss, such was the boldness and continent that they had. And the first to unload the blow was the angry Biscayan, which was delivered with such force and fury that, if his sword did not turn on him on the way, that single blow would be enough to put an end to his rigorous contest and to all the adventures of our knight. But good luck, which had him in store for greater things, twisted his opponent's sword, so that, although it hit him in the left shoulder, it did him no other harm than to disarm him on that entire side, taking a large part of his arm along the way. Helmet, with half of the ear, that all of it with frightful ruin fell to the ground, leaving him very battered. Good luck to me, and who will be the one who can now tell the rage that entered the heart of our man from La Mancha, seeing himself stop like that? Say no more, but it was so that he rose again in his stirrups, and, squeezing the sword more in both hands, with such fury he unloaded on the Biscayan, hitting him squarely on the pillow and on the head, that without being part of such a good defense, as if a mountain fell on him, he began to bleed from his nose, mouth and ears, and to show signs of falling from the mule down, from where he fell, without a doubt, if he did not hug himself with his neck. But, with all that, he took his feet out of the stirrups and then released his arms, and the mule, frightened by the terrible blow, began to run across the field, and after a few hunches it ran into its owner on the ground. Don Quixote looked at him very calmly, and as he saw him fall, he jumped from his horse and very swiftly approached him, and, putting the point of his sword to his eyes, told him to surrender. If not, that he would cut off his head. The Biscayan was so disturbed that he could not answer a word, and he would have a hard time, as Don Quixote was blind, if the ladies in the coach, who until then had watched the quarrel with great dismay, did not go where he was and ask him very earnestly for them. Do such a great favor and favor to spare the life of that his squire. To which Don Quixote replied, with much intonation and gravity, Certainly, beautiful ladies, I am very pleased to do what you ask of me. But it must be with one condition and agreement, and that is that this gentleman has to promise me to go to Toboso's place and present himself on my behalf before the peerless Dona Dulcinea, so that she does what she most wishes with him. The fearful and heartbroken lady, without taking into account what Don Quixote was asking for, and without asking who Dulcinea was, promised him that the squire would do whatever was ordered on her behalf. Well, in faith of that word, I won't do him any more harm, since he deserved it well. Already at this time, Sancho Panza had risen up, somewhat mistreated by the young friars, and had been attentive to the battle of his lord Don Quixote, and prayed in his heart that God would be served to give him victory and that he might win some victory in it island where he made him governor, as he had promised. Seeing, then, that the quarrel was over, and that his mistress was mounting Rocinante again, he came to hold her in the stirrup, and before he could go up, she knelt before him, and taking him by the hand, kissed it and said, May your grace be so kind, my lord Don Quixote, to give me the government of the island that in this rigorous quarrel has ensued. Cattle. No matter how great it is, I feel strong enough to know how to govern it just as well as someone else who has governed islands in the world. To which Don Quixote replied, Be aware, brother Sancho, that this adventure and similar ones are not adventures involving islands, but rather adventures involving crossroads, in which one gains nothing but a broken head or one less ear. Be patient. What adventures will be offered where I can not only make you governor, but later on? Sancho thanked him very much, and, kissing his hand and the skirt of his casing again, he helped him climb onto Rocinante, and he climbed on his donkey and began to follow his lord, who, at a brisk pace, without saying goodbye or speaking further with those in the coach, entered a wood that was nearby. Sancho followed at the full trot of his donkey, but Rocinante walked so far that, seeing himself left behind, he was forced to shout to his mistress to wait. Don Quixote did so, holding Rocinante's reins until his tired squire arrived, who, on arriving, said to him, It seems to me, sir, that it would be wise to go and retreat to some church, that, as the one with whom you fought was battered, it will not be much for them to give notice of the case to the Holy Brotherhood and arrest us, and in faith that if they do, that before we get out of jail, we will sweat the hopo. Hush, said Don Quixote. And where have you seen, or ever read, that a knight-errant has been brought to justice, for more homicides than he had committed? I don't know anything about homeselos, replied Sancho, never in my life have I tasted any of them. I only know that the Holy Brotherhood has to do with those who fight in the fields, and I don't interfere with that. Well, don't be sorry, friend, replied Don Quixote, I'll take you out of the hands of the Chaldeans, much less from those of the Brotherhood. But tell me, by your life, have you seen a more valiant knight than I in all the discovery of the earth? Have you read in stories another that has or has had more courage in attacking, more encouragement in persevering, more dexterity in wounding, or more skill in knocking down? The truth is, replied Sancho, I've never read any history, because I don't know how to read or write, but what I will dare to bet is that I love more daring than your grace. I have not served you in all the days of my life, and God willing that these daring are not paid where I have said. What I beg of your grace is that he be cured, for he is bleeding a lot from that ear. Here I bring lint and a little white ointment in my saddlebags. All that would be well excused, replied Don Quixote, if I remembered to make a vial of the fierabras balsam, so that with just one drop they would save time and medicine. What vial and balm is that? Said Sancho Panza. It is a balm, answered Don Quixote, the recipe of which I have in my memory, with which one need not fear death, nor think of dying from any wound. And sir, when I do it and give it to you, all you have to do is, when you see that in some battle they have cut me through the middle of the body, as often happens, nicely the part of the body that has fallen into the floor, and with great subtlety, before the blood freezes, you will put it on the other half that will remain on the chair, warning to fit it equally into the right one. Then you will give me just 2 gulps of the balm I have mentioned to drink, and you will see me be healthier than an apple. Payment of my many and good services, but that your grace give me the recipe for that extreme liquor. For me, an ounce will be worth anywhere more than 2 reals, and I don't need more to spend this life honorably and restfully. But it is worth knowing now if the Halle has a lot of cost. With less than 3 reals you can make 3 azumbas, replied Don Quixote. Sina me, replied Sancho. So what are you waiting for to make it and teach it to me? Hush, friend, replied Don Quixote, what greater secrets I intend to teach you and greater favors to you. And, for now, let's heal. Because my ear hurts more than I would like. Sancho took lint and ointment from the saddlebags. But when Don Quixote came to see his trap broken, he thought he would lose his mind, and, putting his hand on his sword and raising his eyes to heaven, he said, I swear to the Creator of all things, and to the Holy 4 Gospels, where they are written at length, of living the life that the great Marquis of Mantova did when he swore to avenge the death of his nephew Valdovinos, which was not to eat bread from tablecloths, nor hang out with his wife, and other things that, although they may I do not remember, I give them here as expressed, until I take complete revenge on the one who did such a mess to me. Hearing this, Sancho said to him, Please note, Your Grace, Señor Don Quixote, that if the gentleman complied with what he was ordered to go and present himself to my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, he will already have complied with what he owed, and he deserves no other choice. Penalty if you don't commit a new crime. You have spoken and aimed very well, replied Don Quixote, and thus, I annul the oath as far as it is concerned to take new revenge on him, but let him do it and confirm him again to do the life that I have said, until he removes by force another trap as good as this one from some gentleman. And don't think, Sancho, that I'm doing this with the smoke of straws, that I have someone to imitate in it, that the same thing happened, literally, on Mambrino's helmet, which cost Sacripante so dearly. Let your grace swear such oaths to the devil, my lord, replied Sancho, which are very damaging to health and very damaging to conscience. If not, tell me now, if by chance in many days we do not come across a man armed with a helmet, what shall we do? Is the oath to be fulfilled, in spite of so many inconveniences and discomforts, such as sleeping dressed, and not sleeping in a town, and 1,000 other penances contained in the oath of that crazy old man of the Marquis of Mantova, which your grace wishes to revalidate? Now, Look carefully, your grace, that on all these roads there are not armed men, but rather muleteers and cart drivers, who not only do not wear helmets, but perhaps have never heard of them in all the days of their lives." "You were deceived about that," said Don Quixote, "because we won't have been 2 hours at these crossroads, when we see more armed than those who came to Albraca to conquer Angelica the Beautiful." "Stop, then. Be it so," said Sancho, "and may it be good for us, and may the time come to win this island that costs me so dearly, and then I die. I've already told you, Sancho, don't worry about that. When an island is missing, there is the kingdom of Denmark or that of Soliardisa, which will come in handy, and more, that, because it is on dry land, you should be more happy. But let's leave this for his time, and see if you bring something in those saddlebags for us to eat, because then we'll go in search of some castle where we can stay for the night and make the balm that I told you about, because I vote to God that my ear is hurting a lot. Here I bring an onion, and a bit of cheese, and I don't know how many crusts of bread," said Sancho, "but they are not delicacies that belong to such a brave knight as your grace." "How badly you understand it," replied Don Quixote. "Let me know, Sancho, that it is the honor of knights errant not to eat for a month, and, since they eat, be of what they find more at hand, and this would be true for you if you had read as many stories as I have, that, although there have been many, in all of them I have not found any account of the knights errant eating, except by chance and in some sumptuous banquets that they gave them, and the other days they spent in flowers. And, although it is understood that they could not do without eating and doing all the other natural necessities, because, in effect, they were men like us, it must also be understood that, walking most of the time of their lives through the forests and deserted, and without a cook, that his most ordinary meal would be rustic viandas, such as the ones you now offer me. So, Sancho my friend, don't be upset by what pleases me. Neither will you want to make a new world, nor take the knight-errantry out of its way." "Forgive me, your grace," said Sancho, "that, since I do not know how to read or write, as I have said again, I do not know nor have I fallen into the rules of the chivalric profession, and, from here on out, I will provide the alforges with all kinds of dried fruit for your grace, who is a knight, and I will provide them for myself, since I am not, with other volatile things and more substance." "I'm not saying, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "that knights errant are forced to eat nothing but those fruits you mention, but that their most ordinary sustenance must have been from 'em, and from some herbs they found in the fields, that they knew and I know too." "It is a virtue," answered Sancho, "to know those herbs, that, as I am imagining, one day it will be necessary to use that knowledge." And, taking out, in this, what he said he brought, the two ate in good peace and company. But, eager to find a place to stay that night, they quickly finished the poor and dry food. They then got on horseback and hurried to reach the town before nightfall, but they lacked the sun, and the hope of reaching what they wanted, next to some huts of some goatherds, and they determined to stay there. As much as it was sad for Sancho not to reach the town, his master was happy to sleep in the open sky, for it seemed to him that every time this happened to him it was performing an act of possession that facilitated the proof of his chivalry. 11 Chapter of what it happened to Don Quixote with some goatherds. He was taken in by the goatherds in good spirits, and, having Sancho, as best he could, accommodated Rocinante and his donkey, he went after the smell given off by certain goat jerky that was boiling over the fire in a cauldron, and, although he wanted at that very point to see if they were ready to transfer them from the cauldron to the stomach, he stopped doing it, because the goatherds took them from the fire, and, spreading out some sheepskins on the ground, dressed their meat with great haste. Rustic table, and they invited the two, with signs of great goodwill, with what they had. 6 of them, who were the ones in the flock, sat down around the skins, having first, with rude ceremonies, begged Don Quixote to sit on a small basket, which they placed upside down. Don Quixote sat down, and Sancho remained standing to serve him the cup, which was made of horn. Seeing him standing up, he said to him, "Because you see, Sancho, the good that chivalry errantry contains in itself, and how miserable are those who in any ministry of it exercise to come briefly to be honored and esteemed by the world. I want that you feel here by my side and in the company of these good people, and that you be one with me, that I am your master and natural lord, that you eat on my plate and drink where I drink. Because of the knight-errantry one can say the same thing that is said of love, that all things are equal." "Great mercy," said Sancho, "but I know how to say to your grace that if I had a good meal, I would eat it standing up and alone as well and better than sitting next to an emperor. And even, if he is going to tell the truth, what I eat in my corner tastes much better, without fussing or respect, even if it is bread and onions, than the turkey vultures at other tables where I am forced to chew slowly, drink little, clean myself often, not sneeze or cough if I feel like it, or do other things that solitude and freedom bring with them. Therefore, my lord, these honors that your grace wants to give me for being a minister and adherent of the knight-errantry, as I am being your grace's squire, turn them into other things that are more comfortable and profitable for me, that these, although I give them well received, I renounce them from here to the end of the world. With all that, you have to sit down, for whoever humbles himself, God exalts him." And seizing him by the arm, he forced her to sit next to him. The goatherds did not understand that gibberish of squires and knights-errant, and they did nothing but eat and keep quiet, and look at their guests, who, with much flair and enthusiasm, crammed jerky like their fists. When the meat service was finished, they spread a large number of hazelnut acorns on the zalias, and together they put a half cheese, harder than if it were made of mortar. The horn was not idle in this, because it was around so often, sometimes full, now empty, like a water-wheel Arcadis, that it easily emptied a sack out of 2 that were in evidence. After Don Quixote had satisfied his stomach, he took a handful of acorns in his hand, and, looking at them attentively, let out his voice in similar words, "Blessed age and blessed centuries those whom the ancients gave the name of golden, and not because in 'em the gold, which in this iron age of ours is so esteemed, was achieved in that fortunate one without any effort, but because then those who lived in it were ignorant of these 2 words of yours and mine. In that holy age all things were common. It was not necessary for anyone, to achieve the ordinary livelihood of him, to take other work than to raise his hand and reach him from the robust oaks, which were liberally inviting them with their sweet and seasoned fruit. The clear springs and flowing rivers, in magnificent abundance, offered him tasty and transparent waters. In the crevices of the rocks and in the hollow of the trees the solicitous and discreet bees formed their republic, offering to any hand, without any interest, the fertile harvest of his most sweet work. The brave cork oaks gave off their wide and light barks, with no other artifice than their courtesy, with which they began to cover the houses, on rustic stakes supported, no more than to defend themselves from the inclemencies of the sky. Everything was peace then, all friendship, all concord. The heavy share of the curved plough had not yet dared to open or visit the pious entrails of our first mother, which she, without being forced, offered, from all parts of her fertile and spacious bosom, what could satisfy, sustain and delight, to the children who then owned it. Say yes, the simple and beautiful Zagalahas walked from valley to valley and from hill to hill, in braids and in hair, with no more dresses than those that were necessary to honestly cover what honesty wants and has always wanted to cover, and their adornments were not of those that are now used, which the purple of Tyre and the marted silk in many ways make more expensive, but of some green leaves of burlap and ivy interwoven, with which perhaps they were as pompous and composed as they are now. Our courtesans with the strange and bizarre inventions that idle curiosity has shown them. Then the loving concepts of the soul were decorated simply and simply, in the same way and manner that she conceived them, without seeking artificial detours of words to make them more expensive. There was no fraud, deceit or malice mixed with the truth and plainness. Justice was in her own terms, without daring to disturb or offend her favor and those of her interest, who now undermine, disturb and persecute her so much. The lace law had not yet been established in the judge's understanding, because then there was no one to judge, nor who would be judged. Maidens and honesty walked, as I have said, everywhere, alone and lady, without fear that the other people's ease and lascivious intent of hers would undermine her, and her downfall was born of her own pleasure and will. And now, in these detestable centuries of ours, none is safe, even if another new labyrinth like the one in Crete hides it and closes it off, because there, through the cracks or through the air, with the zeal of the accursed solicitude, the loving pestilence enters them and makes them give up with all their recollection to the mess. For whose security, as time went by and malice grew more, the order of knights errant was instituted, to defend maidens, protect widows and help orphans and the needy. Of this order am I, goatherd brothers, whom I thank for the hospitality and good reception that you give me and my squire, that, although by natural law all those who live are obliged to favor knights errant, still, knowing that without knowing this obligation you welcomed me and gave me away, it is right that, with the will possible to me, I thank you for yours. All this long harangue, which could very well be excused, said our knight, because the acorns they gave him brought to his memory the golden age, and he fancied making that useless reasoning to the goatherds, who, without answering him a word, stunned and suspended, they were listening. Sancho, likewise, was silent and ate acorns, and very often visited the second Zac, who, because the wine had cooled, had him hanged from a cork oak. Don Quixote took longer to speak than to finish dinner, at the end of which, one of the goatherds said, "So that your grace can more truthfully say, Sir Knight Errant, that we entertained you with promptness and goodwill, we want to give you solace and content with having a companion of ours sing who does not it will take a long time to be here, who is a very knowledgeable and very much in love lad, and who, above all, knows how to read and write and is a musician of a rebec, that there is nothing more to be desired." Hardly had the goatherd finished saying this, when the sound of the rebec reached his ears, and from then on came the one who played it, who was a young man of up to 22 years old, very graceful. His companions asked him if he had dined, and, answering that he had, the one who had made the offerings told him, "In this way, Antonio, you will be able to give us the pleasure of singing a little, because this gentleman guest sees that we have someone. Also in the mountains and jungles there are those who know music. We have told you your good abilities, and we wish you to show them and bring us true. And sir, I beg you for your life to sit down and sing the ballad of your love that your uncle who benefited you composed for you, who seemed very good in town. That pleases me, replied the boy. And, without asking any more, he sat down on the trunk of a lopped oak, and tuning his rebec, little by little, with very good grace, he began to sing, saying in this way, Antonio, I know, Alala, that you adore me, since you haven't told me so, not even with your eyes, dumb tongues of love affairs. Because I know that you are known, in that you love me I affirm myself, that was never unhappy love that was known. Well, it is true that perhaps, Alala, you have given me an indication that your soul is bronze and your white chest is crag. Beyond your reproaches and most honest deviations, perhaps hope shows the edge of his dress. Pounce on the law my faith, which has never been able to, nor decrease for not called, nor grow for chosen. If love is courtesy, from which you have, I gather that the end of my hopes must be what I imagine. And if services are part of making a benign chest, some of the ones I've done strengthen my party. Because if you have looked at it, more than once you will have seen that I have dressed on Monday what honored me on Sunday. As love and gala walk the same path, at all times in your eyes I wanted to show myself polite. I stop dancing for your cause, I don't even paint you the music that you have listened to after hours and to the crow of the cousin rooster. I do not count the praises that I have said of your beauty, which, although true, make me be some malquisto. Teresa del Berrocal, while I was praising you, told me, such thinks that he adores an angel, and comes to adore a Jimio, thanks to the many charms and false hair, and hypocritical beauties, which deceive love itself. She denied it and got angry. Her cousin came back for her. He challenged me, and you know what I did and he did. I don't love you a lot, nor do I pretend to you, and I serve you because of the baragania, that more good is my design. Coyundas has the church that a loops of Sergo. Put your neck in the game, Allah. You'll see how I put mine. Where not, from here I swear, by the most blessed saint, not to leave these mountains except for cappuccino. With this she gave the goatherd an end to her singing. And, although Don Quixote begged him to sing something more, Sancho Panza did not consent, because he was more sleeping than listening to songs. And sir, she said to his mistress, your grace can easily make yourself comfortable where you are going to rest tonight, since the work that these good men have all day does not allow him to spend the night singing. I understand you now, Sancho, answered Don Quixote. How well it transpires to me that the visits of the Zac ask for more reward of sleep than of music. It tastes good to all of us, blessed be God, answered Sancho. I don't deny it, replied Don Quixote, but make yourself comfortable where you want, for those of my profession seem better awake than asleep. But, with all this, it would be good, Sancho, if you heal my ear again, because it is hurting more than it needs to be. Sancho did as he was told, and, seeing one of the goatherds the wound, told him not to be sorry, that he would remedy it so that it healed easily. And, taking some rosemary leaves, of the many that were there, he chewed them and mixed them with a little salt, and applying them to his ear, he bandaged it very well, assuring him that no other medicine was necessary. And so it was true. 12 of what a goatherd told those who were with Don Quixote while they were doing this, another young man who brought them supplies from the village arrived, and said, "Do you know what happens in the place, companions?" "How can we know?" replied one of them. "Well, no," continued the young man, "that famous student shepherd named Chrysostomo died this morning, and it is rumored that he died of love for that devilish girl Marcella, the daughter of William the Rich, the one who wears the shepherdess's habit for those wanderings." "You'll say Marcella," said one. "That's why I say," replied the goatherd. "And it is good, that he ordered in his will that they bury him in the field, as if he were a Moor, and that it be at the foot of the rock where the source of the cork oak is, because, according to fame, and they say that he said so, that place is where he saw her for the first time. And he also ordered other things, such that the abbots of the town say that they should not be fulfilled, nor is it right that they be fulfilled, because they seem to belong to Gentiles. To all of which his great friend Ambrosio, the student, who also dressed as a shepherd with him, replies that everything must be fulfilled, without missing anything, as Chrysostomo left him ordered. And about this the town is in an uproar. But, from what is said, in the end what Ambrosio and all the pastors his friends want will be done, and tomorrow they are going to bury him with great pomp. Where I have said, and I have for me that it has to be something very to see, at least, I will not stop going to see her, if I knew not to return to the place tomorrow." "We will all do the same," replied the goatherds, "and we will cast lots for who will be left to guard everyone's goats." "You say well, Pedro," said one, "although it will not be necessary to use that diligence, I will stay for everyone. And don't attribute it to my virtue and lack of curiosity, but to the fact that the garancho that this foot passed me the other day won't let me walk." "With all that, we thank you," answered Pedro. And Don Quixote begged Pedro to tell him which dead man was and which shepherdess that was, to which Pedro replied that what he knew was that the dead man was a rich son of a bitch, a resident of a place in those mountains, who had been a student for many years in Salamanca, after which he had returned to his place, with opinion of very wise and well read. Mainly, they said that he knew the science of the stars, and what happens, there in the sky, the sun and the moon, because punctually he told us the criss of the sun and the moon. Eclipses. Called, friend, don't cry, the darkening of those two major luminaries, said Don Quixote. But Pedro, not paying attention to childishness, continued the story of him saying, he also guessed when the year would be abundant or stylist. You mean sterile, friend, said Don Quixote. Sterile or estill, answered Pedro, everything ends up there. And I say that with what he said, his father and his friends, who gave him credit, became very rich, because they did what he advised them. Telling 'em, sow barley this year, not wheat. In this you can sow chickpeas and not barley. The one that comes will be a giller of oil, the next 3 will not catch drop. That science is called astrology, said Don Quixote. I don't know his name, replied Pedro, but I know that he knew all this, and even more. Finally, not many months passed, after he came from Salamanca, when one day he reappeared dressed as a shepherd, with his staff and pelalo, having removed the long habits that he wore as a schoolboy, and together with him, another great friend of his, named Ambrosio, who had been his companion in studies, dressed as a shepherd. I forgot to mention how Chrysostomo, the deceased, was a great man for composing songs, so much so that he made carols for the night of the Lord's birth, and the plays for God's day, which were represented by the young men of our town, and everyone said they were for the Cape. When the locals so unexpectedly saw the two schoolboys dressed as shepherds, they were amazed, and could not guess the cause that had moved them to make such a strange move. Already at this time the father of our Chrysostom was dead, and he inherited a large amount of property, both in furniture and in roots, and in no small amount of cattle, major and minor, and in a large amount of money, all of which left the young man desolate, and in truth he deserved everything. He was a very good companion and charitable and a friend of the good, and he had a face like a blessing. Later it came to be understood that the change in clothes had not been for anything other than walking through these depopulated areas in search of that shepherdess Marcella that our lad named before, with whom the poor deceased Chrysostomo had fallen in love. And now I want to tell you, because it is good that you know, who this girl is. Perhaps, and even without perhaps, you will not have heard such a thing in all the days of your life, even if you live more years than scabies. Say Sarah, replied Don Quixote, unable to bear the exchange of the goatherd's words. Scabies lives long, answered Pedro, and if it is, sir, that you have to go around taunting me at every step with words, we will not finish in a year. Excuse me, friend, said Don Quixote, that because there is so much difference between scabies and Sarah I told you, but you answered very well, because she lives more scabies than Sarah, and continue your story. I will not reply to you in anything else. I say, then, my dear lord, said the goatherd, that in our village there was a farmer even richer than Chrysostom's father, whose name was Guillermo, and to whom God gave, in addition to the many and great riches, a daughter, whose mother died in childbirth, who was the most honorable woman in all these parts. It only seems that now I see her, with that face that had the sun on one end and the moon on the other, and, above all, industrious and a friend of the poor, which is why I think that her soul must be at this time enjoying God in the other world. Despite the death of such a good woman, her husband, Guillermo, died, leaving her daughter Marcella, a young and rich woman, in the power of an uncle of hers, a priest who benefited in our place. The girl grew up with such beauty, that she reminded us of her mother's, that she had a very big one, and, with all this, she judged that she had to pass on her daughters. And so it was that, when she reached the age of 14 to 15, no one looked at her because she did not bless God, who had raised her so beautiful, and most of her remained in love and lost for her. Her uncle guarded it with great modesty and with great confinement, but, with all this, the fame of her great beauty spread in such a way that, as well as for her many riches, not only of our people, but of those from many leagues around, and of the best of them, it was begged, requested and importuned by his uncle to give it to him as a wife. But he, who by rights is a good Christian, even though he wanted to marry her later, as well as her age, did not want to do it without her consent, without having an eye on the profit and farm that, having the girl's estate offered him, expanding his marriage. And to faith that this was said in more than one group in the town, in praise of the good priest. I want you to know, Senor Arante, that in these small places everything is discussed and everything is whispered about. And keep in mind for you, as I have for me, that the clergyman who forces his parishioners to say good things about him must have been too good, especially in the villages. This is the truth, said Don Quixote, and go ahead, for the story is very good, and you, good Pedro, tell it with great grace. The Lord's I don't miss, which is the one that makes the case. And as for the rest, you will know that, although the uncle proposed to the niece and told her the qualities of each one in particular, of the many who asked her for a wife, begging her to marry and choose according to her liking, she never answered anything else but that at that time she did not want to get married, and that, being so young, she did not feel able to carry the burden of marriage. With these apparently just excuses, her uncle stopped bothering her, and he waited for her to get a little older and she knew how to choose her company to her liking. Because he said, and he said very well, that parents should not give their children estate against her will. But here it is, when I don't understand it, that one day the finicky Marcella turned shepherdess, and, without her uncle being part of her or all the people of the town, who advised her against it, she decided to go to the field with the other young girls of the place, and decided to guard her own cattle. And just as she went out in public and her beauty was revealed, I won't be able to tell you exactly how many rich young men, hidalgos, and farmers have donned Chrysostom's costume and are berating her in those fields, one of whom, as has already been said, was our deceased, of whom they said that he stopped loving her, and adored her. And do not think that because Marcella was placed in that freedom and life so loose and with so little or no seclusion, that for this reason she has given evidence, not even because of similarities, that she comes to the detriment of her honesty and modesty. On the contrary, the vigilance with which she watches over her honor is so great and such that of all those who serve her and solicit her, none of her has praised herself, nor can she truly praise herself, that she has given her any small hope of achieving her desire. That, since he does not flee or avoid the company and conversation of the shepherds, and he treats them courteously and friendly, when any of them discovers his intention, even if it is as just and holy as that of marriage, he throws them from himself like with a blunderbuss, and with this manner of condition she does more damage on this earth than if pestilence entered through her, because her affability and her beauty attract the hearts of those who treat her to serve and love her, but her disdain and her disappointment lead him to despair, and they don't know what to say about her, except to call her cruel and ungrateful, with other titles similar to this one, which well manifest the quality of her condition of her. And if you were here, sir, one day, you would see these mountains and these valleys resonate with the laments of the disillusioned who follow it. There is a place not very far from here where there are almost 24 tall beech trees, and there is not one that does not have Marcella's name engraved and written on its smooth bark, and on top of one of them, a crown engraved on the same tree, as if her lover were saying more clearly that Marcella wears it and deserves it from all human beauty. Here a shepherd sighs, there another complains. Over their loving songs are heard, here desperate lamentations. There is one who spends all hours of the night sitting at the foot of some oak or rock, and there, without folding his teary eyes, absorbed and transported in his thoughts, he found the sun in the morning. And what is there that, without giving ford or truce to his sighs, in the midst of the heat of the most annoying summer nap, stretched out on the burning sand, sends his complaints to the merciful sky? And of this and of that, and of those and of these, the beautiful Marcella triumphs freely and unabashedly, and all of us who know her are waiting for what her arrogance will stop at and who will be the lucky one that she has to come to tame such a terrible condition and enjoy such extreme beauty. Because everything I have recounted is so ascertained true, I give myself to understand that it is also true what our lad said was said about the cause of Chrysostomo's death. And I advise you, sir, that you do not fail to meet tomorrow at his burial, which will be very interesting, because Crisostomo has many friends, and he is not half a league from this place to the one where he orders his burial." "I take care of it," said Don Quixote, "and I thank you for the pleasure you have given me by telling such a tasty tale." "Oh," replied the goatherd, "I still don't know half of the cases that happened to Marcella's lovers, but it could be that tomorrow we will run into a shepherd on the road who will tell us about it. And, for now, it will be a good thing that you go to sleep under the roof, because the serene could damage your wound, since the medicine that has been given is such that there is no need to fear an accident." Sancho Panza, who was already giving the devil so much talk about the goatherd, requested, on his part, that his mistress go into Pedro's hut to sleep. He did so, and most of the night he spent in memories of his lady Dulcinea, in imitation of Marcella's lovers. Sancho Panza made himself comfortable between Rocinante and his donkey, and slept, not as a disfavored lover, but as a man kicked to the ground. 13 Chapter where the story of the shepherdess Marcella ends. With other events, the eastern balconies, when the 5 of the 6 goatherds got up and went to wake up Don Quixote, and to tell him if he was still planning to go and see the famous burial of Chrysostom, and that they would keep him company. Don Quixote, who did not want anything else, got up and ordered Sancho to saddle at once, which he did with great diligence, and with the same they all set out on their way. They had not gone a quarter of a league when, crossing a path, they saw 6 shepherds coming toward them, dressed in black coats and crowned with garlands of cypress and bitter oleander. Each had a stout holly stick in his hand. They also came with them 2 gentlemen on horseback, very well dressed for the road, with 3 other footmen who accompanied them. As they came together, they greeted each other courteously, and asking each other where they were going, they learned that they were all headed for the burial place, and they all began to walk together. One of those on horseback, talking to his companion, said to him, "It seems to me, Senor Vivaldo, that we have to count as well spent the delay we make in seeing this famous burial, which cannot fail to be famous, according to these shepherds. They have recounted strange stories, both about the dead shepherd and the homicidal shepherdess." "It seems so to me," replied Vivaldo, "and I'm not saying I'd be a day late, but I'd do it in exchange for seeing him." Don Quixote asked them what they had heard from Marcella and Crisostomo. The traveler said that morning they had met those shepherds, and that, having seen them in that sad costume, they had asked them why they were going that way. One of them told him, recounting the strangeness and beauty of a shepherdess named Marcella, and the love of many who lay her down, with the death of that Chrysostom to whose burial they were going. Finally, he told everything that Pedro had told Don Quixote. He ceased this conversation and began another, the man named Vivaldo asking Don Quixote what was the occasion that moved him to go armed in that way through such a peaceful land. To which Don Quixote replied, "The profession of my exercise does not allow me to walk in any other way. The good step, the gift and the rest, there was invented for the soft courtiers. But work, restlessness, and weapons were only invented and made for those the world calls knights errant, of whom I, though unworthy, am the least of all." As soon as they heard this, they all considered him crazy, and, to find out more and see what kind of madness his was, he asked Vivaldo again what knights errant meant. "Have your graces not read," replied Don Quixote, "the annals and histories of England, where the famous deeds of King Arthur are described, who in our Castilian romance we continually call King Artus, of whom an ancient and common tradition is Kingdom of Great Britain, that this king did not die, but, by magic, became a raven, and that, as time goes on, he will return to reign and collect his kingdom and scepter, for whose cause will it not be proved that from that time to this there has not been any dead English raven? Well, in the time of this good king, that famous order of chivalry of the Knights of the Round Table was instituted, and the love affairs that are recounted there between Don Lancelot of the Lake and Queen Guinevere, being mediatrix of them, and knew that so honoured Mistress Quintanona, from where that well-known romance was born, and so decanted in our Spain, of never was a gentleman of ladies as well served as Lanzarote was when he came from Brittany. With that sweet and smooth progress of his loving and strong deeds. Since then, from hand to hand, that order of chivalry spread and expanded throughout many and diverse parts of the world, and in it the brave Amadis de Gaula, with all his children and grandchildren, up to the 5th generation, and the brave Felix Marte de Hircania were famous and known for their deeds, and he was never praised as Tyrant the White should be, and almost that in our days we saw and communicated and heard the invincible and valorous gentleman Don Bellianus of Greece. This, then, gentleman, is to be a knight-errant, and what I have said is his order of chivalry, in which, as I have said again, I, although a sinner, have made a profession, and I profess the same thing that the aforementioned gentleman professed. And sir, I go through these solitudes and unpopulated areas looking for adventures, with the deliberate intention of offering my arm and my person to the most dangerous person that luck has in store for me, in aid of the weak and needy. For these reasons that he said, the travelers ended up finding out that Don Quixote was lacking in judgment, and of the kind of madness that dominated him, for which they received the same admiration that all those who came to know of it received again. And Vivaldo, who was a very discreet person and of a cheerful condition, to pass without regret the little road that they said they still had to go, when they reached the mountain range of the burial, wanted to give him an opportunity to go further with his nonsense. And sir, he said to him, it seems to me, Sir Knight-errant, that your grace has professed one of the narrowest professions on earth, and I believe that even that of the Carthusian friars is not so narrow. It could well be so close, replied our Don Quixote, but so necessary in the world, I am not within 2 fingers of doubting it. Because, if he is going to tell the truth, the soldier who puts into execution what his captain commands him does no less than the captain himself who orders it. I want to say that the religious, with all peace and calm, ask heaven for the good of the earth, but the soldiers and knights put into execution what they request, defending it with the courage of our arms and the edges of our swords, not below deck, but in the open sky, targeted by the insufferable rays of the sun in summer and the bristling snow in winter. So, we are God's ministers on earth, and arms for whom his justice is executed on it. And, since the things of war and those that touch and concern him can only be put into execution by sweating, toiling and working, it follows that those who profess it have, without a doubt, more work than those who are in calm peace and rest, begging God to favor those who can little. I do not want to say, nor does it occur to me, that the knight-errant is in as good condition as that of the religious prisoner. I only want to infer, from what I suffer, that, without a doubt, it is more laborious and more beaten, and more hungry and thirsty, miserable, broken and lousy. For there is no doubt but that the knights-errant of the past suffered much misadventure in the speech of his life. and if some rose to be emperors by the valor of their arm, in faith that it cost them good because of their blood and their sweat, and that if those who have risen to such a degree lack enchanters and wise men to help them, they will be well disappointed in their desires and well deceived in their hopes. I am of that opinion, replied the walker. But one thing, among many others, seems very bad to me about knights errant, and that is that when they see themselves in the opportunity to undertake a great and dangerous adventure, in which there is a clear danger of losing their lives, never at that moment of to attack it remember to entrust themselves to God, as every Christian is obliged to do. In similar dangers, before they commend themselves to their ladies, with as much enthusiasm and devotion as if they were the god, something that seems to me to smell something of kindness. Sir, replied Don Quixote, that cannot be less in any way, and the knight-errant would be in a bad case if he did anything else. It is already in use and custom in the knight-errantry that the knight-errant who, when committing some great feat of arms, has his mistress in front of him, turns his eyes softly and lovingly to her, as if asking her with them to favor and protect him in the doubtful trance that undertakes, and even if no one hears him, he is obliged to say a few words between his teeth, in which he is commended wholeheartedly, and of this we have innumerable examples in history. And it is not to be understood by this that they have to stop entrusting themselves to God. What time and place do they have left to do it in the discourse of the work? With all that, replied the traveller, I have one scruple left, and that is that many times I have read that words are entangled between two knights errant, and, from one to the other, their anger flares up, and the horses turn back, and take a good piece of the field, and then, without further ado, at all the running of them, they meet again, and, in the middle of the bullfight, they entrust themselves to their ladies, and what usually happens during the encounter is that one falls through the horse's haunches, passed from side to side with the opponent's lance, and it also occurs to the other that, if he did not hold on to his horse's mane, he could not stop fighting. Come to the ground, and I don't know how the dead man had a place to commend himself to God in the speech of this so accelerated work. It was better that the words that he spent in the race entrusting himself to his lady spent them on what he owed and he was obliged as a Christian. What's more, I have for myself that not all knights errant have ladies to whom they entrust themselves, because not all are lovers. That cannot be, replied Don Quixote. Story where there is a knight errant without love, and in the same case that he were without them, he would not be considered a legitimate knight, but rather a bastard, and who entered the fortress of the aforementioned cavalry, not through the door, but through the walls, as a robber and thief. With all that, said the traveller, it seems to me, if I remember correctly, that I have read that Don Gala, brother of the valiant Amadis de Gaula, never had a distinguished lady to whom he could entrust himself, and, with all this, he was not slighted, and he was a very brave and famous knight. To which our Don Quixote replied, Sir, a single swallow does not make a summer. What's more, I know that secretly that gentleman was very well in love. It was that of loving everyone as well as they seemed to him was a natural condition, to whom he could not go to hand. But, in conclusion, it is very well ascertained that he had only one whom he had made mistress of his will, to whom he entrusted himself very often and very secretly, because he prided himself on being a secret gentleman. Then, if it is essential that every knight-errant has to be in love, said the walker, it may well be believed that your grace is, since he is by profession. And if your grace does not pride yourself on being as secret as Don Gala, as truly as I can, I beg you, on behalf of all this company and mine, to tell us the name, country, quality, and beauty of your lady, that she would consider herself happy that the whole world knows that she is loved and served by such a gentleman as your grace seems to be." Here Don Quixote heaved a great sigh, and said, "I will not be able to say whether or not my sweet enemy likes the world to know that I serve her. I only know how to say, responding to what is so politely asked of me, that her name is Dulcinea, her homeland, El Toboso, a place in La Mancha. Her quality, at least, must be that of a princess, since she is my queen and my lady, her beauty superhuman, because in her come true all the impossible and chimerical attributes of beauty that poets give to their ladies, that her hair is gold, her forehead Elysian fields, her eyebrows arcs of heaven, her eyes sunshine, her rosy cheeks, her coral lips, pearls her teeth, alabaster her neck, marble her chest, ivory her hands, her snow-whiteness, and the parts that honesty concealed from human sight are such, as I think and understand, that only the discreet consideration can make them more expensive, and not compare them. The lineage, ancestry, and lineage we would like to know," replied Vivaldo. To which Don Quixote replied, "He is not of the ancient Roman Curtios, Gaiuses, and Scipiones, nor of the modern Colonnas and Ursinos, nor of the Moncardas and Requesens of Catalonia, nor even less of the Rebellas and Villanovas of Valencia, Palafoxes, Nuzzes, Rocabertis, Corellas, Lunas, Alagons, Urreas, Fosses and Gurrias of Aragon, Cerdas, Manriques, Mendozas and Guzmans de Castilla, Alencastros, Pallas and Meneses from Portugal, but it is from Toboso de la Mancha, a lineage, although modern, such that it can give a generous beginning to the most illustrious families of the coming centuries. And do not reply to me on this, if it were not with the conditions that Servino put at the foot of the Orlando Arms Trophy, which said, 'Nobody moves them who cannot be with Roldan on trial.' Although mine is from the Cachapines of Laredo," replied the traveller, "I will not dare to put it with that of Toboso de la Mancha, since, to tell the truth, such a surname has not reached my ears until now. How could that not have arrived?" Don Quixote replied. With great attention all the others were listening to the talk of the two, and even the goatherds and shepherds themselves learned of the excessive lack of judgment of our Don Quixote. Only Sancho Panza thought that everything his master said was true, knowing who he was and having known him since his birth, and what he was somewhat hesitant about was believing that about the pretty Dulcinea del Toboso, because such a name or such a princess had never reached the news of him, even though she lived so close to Toboso. They were talking about these conversations when they saw that, due to the bankruptcy that two high mountains made, up to 20 shepherds were coming down, all dressed in black woolen coats and crowned with garlands, which, it seemed later, were one of yew and the other of yew cypress. Between 6 of them they brought a litter, covered with a great diversity of flowers and branches. Seeing which one of the goatherds said, "Those who come there are the ones who bring the body of Chrysostom, and the foot of that mountain is the place where he ordered him to be buried." For this reason they hurried to arrive, and it was just in time, for those who came had already put the litter on the ground, and 4 of them with sharp beaks were digging their graves on the side of a hard rock. They received each other courteously, and then Don Quixote and those who came with him began to look at the litter, and on it they saw a dead body covered with flowers, dressed as a shepherd, apparently 30 years of age, and, though dead, he showed that alive he had been handsome in face and gallant in disposition. Around him he had on the same litter some books and many papers, open and closed. And so those who were looking at this, like those who were opening the tomb, and all the others who were there, kept a marvelous silence, until one of those who brought the dead man said to another, "Look well, Ambrosio, if this is the man." Place that Chrysostomo said, since you want what he left commanded in his will to be fulfilled as punctually. "This is it," replied Ambrosio, "that many times in it my unfortunate friend told me the story of his misfortune. It was there that he told me that he saw that mortal enemy of the human lineage for the first time, and that was also where he declared his thoughts to her for the first time, as honest as he was in love. And there was the last time where Marcella ended up disappointing and disdaining him. So that he put an end to the tragedy of his miserable life. And here, in memory of so many misfortunes, he wanted to be deposited in the bowels of her eternal oblivion." And, turning to Don Quixote and the passers-by, he continued, "That body, gentlemen, which you are looking at with pious eyes, was the depository of a soul in which heaven placed an infinite part of its riches. That is the body of Chrysostomo, who was unique in wit, only in courtesy, extreme in kindness, phoenix in friendship, magnificent beyond measure, serious without presumption, joyous without baseness, and, finally, first in everything that it is to be good, and second to none in all that was to be miserable. He wanted well, he was hated. He adored, he was scorned. Begged a beast, importuned a marble, ran after the wind, cried out to solitude, served ingratitude, whose prize was to be the remains of death in the middle of the race of his life, to which he gave finally a shepherdess whom he tried to perpetuate so that she would live in the memory of the people, as those papers you are looking at could well show, if he had not ordered me to deliver them to the fire after having delivered his body to the earth." "You will use more rigor and cruelty with them," said Vivaldo, "than their owner himself, since it is not fair or right to comply with the will of someone who orders what he orders goes beyond all reasonable discourse. And Augusto Caesar would not be kind to him if he consented to put into execution what the divine Mantuano left in his testament on his orders. So, Mr. Ambrosio, since you give your friend's body to the earth, you don't want to give his writings to oblivion, that if he ordered as wronged, it is not right for you to comply as indiscreet. Before giving life to these papers, let Marcella's cruelty always have it, so that she may serve as an example, in the times that are to come, to the living, so that they turn away and flee from falling into such cliffs. I already know, and those of us who come here, the story of your lover and desperate friend, and we know your friendship, and the occasion of his death, and what he left commanded at the end of life, from which unfortunate history one can extract how much Marcella's cruelty has been, the love of Chrysostomo, the faith of your friendship, with the whereabouts of those who run free rein along the path that the mad love before the eyes puts them. Last night we learned of Chrysostomo's death, and that he was to be buried in this place, and sir, out of curiosity and pity, we left our right journey, and we agreed to come and see with our eyes what had hurt us so much in our ears. And, in payment of this pity and the desire that was born in us to remedy it if we could, we beg you, O discreet Ambrosio, at least, I beg you on my behalf, that, stopping burning these papers, let me take some of them." And, without waiting for the shepherd to answer, he reached out his hand and took some of those who were nearest, seeing which Ambrosio said, "Out of courtesy I will consent that you stay, sir." with those you have already taken. But to think that I will stop burning those who remain is a vain thought." Vivaldo, who wanted to see what the papers said, then opened one of them and saw that it had the title, "Desperate Song." Ambrosio heard it and said, "That's the last paper the wretch wrote, and, because you see, sir, in the term that his misfortunes had him, read it so that you may be heard, that the delay in opening the grave will give you a place for it." "That I will do very willingly," said Vivaldo. And, as all the bystanders had the same desire, they stood around him, and he, reading in a clear voice, saw that it said thus, "In other people, from the harsh rigor of yours the strength, I will make hell itself communicate to my sad chest a mournful sound, with which the common use of my voice twists. And along with my desire, which strives to tell my pain and your feats, the frightening voice will be accented, and in it mixed, for greater torment, pieces of the miserable entrails. Listen, then, and pay an attentive ear, not to the concerted sound, but to the noise that from the depths of my bitter chest, led by a forced delirium, comes out for my pleasure and your spite. The roar of the lion, the fearful howl of the fierce wolf, the horrendous whistle of a scaly serpent, the terrifying wail of some monster, the ominous crowing of the crow, and the roar of the wind. Contrasted in an unstable sea, of the already defeated bull the relentless bellowing, and of the Tortolea widow the heartfelt cooing, the sad song of the envied owl, with the crying of the whole infernal black crew, come out with the morning soul outside, mixed in a sound, in such a way that all the senses are confused, because the cruel pain that is in me is to ask for new modes. From so much confusion the sands of Father Tagus will not hear the sad echoes, nor from the famous Betis the olives, that there my hard sorrows will be scattered on high cliffs and in deep hollows. With dead language and with living words, or already in dark valleys, or on elusive beaches, devoid of human contract, or where the sun never showed its light, or among the poisonous crowd of beasts that feeds the Libyan plain, that, since in the deserted moors the hoarse echoes of my evil, uncertain, sound with your rigor, so without a second, by privilege of my short fates, they will be carried by the wide world. A disdain kills, patience terrifies, or true or false, a suspicion, they kill jealousy with stronger rigor, lifelong absence baffles, against a fear of oblivion he does not take advantage of the firm hope of happy luck. In everything there is certain, inevitable death, but I, a miracle never seen, alive jealous, absent, scorned and certain of the suspicions that have me dead, and in oblivion in which my fire revives, and, among so many torments, my sight never reaches to see hope in shadow, nor do I, desperate, seek it, before, for trembling in my lawsuit, to be without her eternally I swear. Is it possible, by chance, in an instant to hope and fear, or is it right to do so, the causes of fear being more certain? Do I have, if the hard zeal is ahead, to close these eyes, if I have hair for 1,000 open wounds in my soul? Who will not open wide the doors to distrust, when they see disdain uncovered, and suspicions, oh bitter conversion, truths made, and the clean truth turned into a lie? Oh, in the kingdom of love, fierce jealous tyrants, put an iron in my hands. Give me, scorn, a twisted rope. But, woe to me, that, with cruel victories, your memory drowns the suffering. I die, finally, and, because I never expect a good event in death or in life, I will be stubborn in my fantasy. I will say that the one who wants well is right, and that the soul most surrendered to the old tyranny of love is freer. I will say that my enemy is always as beautiful as the body, her soul is born, and that her forgetfulness of my fault is born, and that, in faith of the evils she does to us, love maintains her empire in just peace. And, with this opinion and I will offer my body and soul to the winds, without laurel or palm of future goods. You, who with so many unreasonable reasons show the reason that forces me to lead the tired life that I hate, because you see that this deep sore of the heart gives you notorious signs of how joyful I offer myself to your rigor. Yes, by happiness, you know that I deserve that the clear sky of your beautiful eyes be disturbed in my death. Do not do it. I don't want you to satisfy anything by giving you the spoils of my soul. Before, with laughter on the fatal occasion, discover that my end was your party. But great simplicity is to warn you of this, because I know that your glory is known and that my life comes to an end so quickly. Come. It's time now. From the deep abyss Tantalus with his thirst, Sisyphus come with the terrible weight of his singing. Titio brings his vulture, and likewise with his wheel Aegeon does not stop. Nor the sisters who work so much, and all together move their mortal grief in my chest, and in a low voice, if they are already due to a desperate man, sing sad, painful gifts, to the body to which even the shroud is denied. And the infernal goalkeeper of the three faces, with 1,000 other chimeras and 1,000 monsters, carry the painful counterpoint, that another better pomp does not seem to me that a deceased lover deserves. Desperate song. Do not complain when my sad company leaves. Before, since the cause of your birth with my misfortune increases your happiness, even in the grave do not be sad. Chrysostomo's song seemed good to those who had listened to it, since the one who read it said that it did not seem to him to be in accordance with the account he had heard of Marcella's modesty and goodness, because in it Chrysostomo complained of jealousy, suspicions and absence, all to the detriment of Marcella's good credit and good reputation. To which Ambrosio responded, as one who knew well the most hidden thoughts of his friend, so that, sir, you can satisfy your doubts, it is good that you know that when this unfortunate man wrote this song he was absent from Marcella, from whom he had absented of his own free will, to see if he would use the absence of his ordinary privileges with him. And, as there is nothing that does not tire an absent lover, nor fear that does not overtake him, so the imagined jealousy and the feared suspicions fatigued Chrysostom as if they were true. And with this, the truth that fame heralds about Marcella's goodness remains in point, which, apart from being cruel, and a little arrogant and a lot disdainful, envy itself should not and cannot make any fault. This is the truth, replied Vivaldo. And, wanting to read another piece of paper that he had reserved from the fire, he was disturbed by a marvelous vision. What she seemed like that suddenly offered itself to their eyes, and it was that, above the rock where the burial was dug, the shepherdess Marcella appeared, so beautiful that she passed her beauty to her fame. Those who until then had not seen her looked at her with admiration and silence, and those who were already accustomed to seeing her were no less surprised than those who had never seen her. But, hardly had Ambrosio seen her, when, with signs of indignant spirit, he said to her, "Have you come to see, by chance, O fierce basilisk of these mountains, if with your presence the wounds of this wretch whom your cruelty sheds blood, took his life? Or do you come to boast in the cruel deeds of your condition, or to see from that height, like another ruthless Nero, the burning of his scorched Rome, or to step on, arrogant, this wretched corpse, like the ungrateful daughter of her father Tarquin? Tell us quickly what you come to, or what it is that you like the most, because I Know that Chrysostomos' thoughts never ceased to obey you in life. I will make those who called themselves his friends obey you, even when he is dead. I'm not here, O Ambrosio, for any of the things you've said, Marcella responded, but to return on my own, and to make it clear how unreasonable all those who are about their sorrows and the death of Chrysostomo are. They blame me. And sir, I beg all of you who are here to pay attention to me, for it will not take much time or spend many words to persuade the discreet of a truth. Heaven made me, according to you say, beautiful, and in such a way that, without being powerful to anything else, my beauty moves you to love me, and, for the love that you show me, you say, and even want, that I am obliged to love you. I know, with the natural understanding that God has given me, that everything beautiful is lovely, but I do not reach that, by reason of being loved, what is loved for being beautiful is obliged to love who loves him. And more, that it could happen that the lover of the beautiful was ugly, and, since the ugly is worthy of being hated, it is very wrong to say I love you because you are beautiful. Make me love even if I'm ugly. But, since the beauties run equally, that is not why desires must run the same, for not all beauties fall in love, that some delight the eye and do not surrender the will, that if all beauties fell in love and surrendered, it would be a wandering of confused and misguided wills, without knowing where they would stop, because, being infinite the beautiful subjects, infinite had to be the desires. And, according to what I have heard, true love does not divide, and it must be voluntary, and not forced. This being so, as I believe it is, why do you want me to surrender my will by force, forced only by saying that you love me well? If not, tell me, if, as heaven made me beautiful, it made me ugly. Would it be fair that I complain of you because you don't love me? How much more, that you have to consider that I did not choose the beauty that I have, for as it is, heaven gave it to me by grace, without my asking or choosing it. And, just as the viper does not deserve to be blamed for the poison it has from it, since it kills with it, for having been given it by nature, neither do I deserve to be reproached for being beautiful. That beauty in an honest woman is like remote fire or like a sharp sword, which neither burns nor cuts those who do not approach them. Honor and virtues are adornments of the soul, without which the body, even if it is, should not appear beautiful. Well, if honesty is one of the virtues that most adorn and beautify the body and soul, why should she who is loved for her beauty lose it, for corresponding to the intention of him who, for his taste alone, with all his desires, forces and industries try to lose it? I was born free, and in order to live free I chose the solitude of the fields. The trees of these mountains are my company, the clear waters of these streams my mirrors. With the trees and with the waters I communicate my thoughts and beauty. Fire I am separated and sword put away. To those who have fallen in love with the sight I have disappointed with the words. And if the desires are sustained with hopes, not having given any to Chrysostomo or to any other, the end of none of them can be said to have been killed by his stubbornness rather than my cruelty. And if he tells me that his thoughts were honest, and that for this reason he was obliged to correspond to them, I say that, when in that same place where his grave is now being dug, he discovered the goodness of his intention, I told him that mine was to live in perpetual solitude, and for the earth alone to enjoy the fruit of my recollection and the spoils of my beauty. And if he, with all this disappointment, wanted to defy hope and sail against the wind, what if he drowned in the middle of the gulf of his folly? If I entertained you, I would be false. If he satisfied him, he would do it against my best intention and budget. He stubbornly disappointed, he despaired without being hated. Now see if it is right that I should be blamed for his grief. Complain the deceived, despair the one who lacked the promised hopes. Trust the one I call, boast the one I admit, but do not call me cruel or homicidal he whom I do not promise, deceive, call or admit. Heaven even up to now has not wanted me to love by destiny, and the thought that I have to love by choice is excused. This general disappointment serves each one of those who ask me for the particular benefit of it, and it is understood, from now on, that if someone dies for me, he does not die of jealousy or misfortune, because whoever loves no one should not make anyone jealous, that disappointments should not be taken into account with disdain. He who calls me a beast and a basilisk, leave me as a harmful and bad thing. The one who calls me ungrateful, do not serve me. The one who is unknown, does not know me. Who cruel, do not follow me. That this beast, this basilisk, this ungrateful, cruel, and unknown woman will not seek, serve, know, or follow them in any way. That if Chrysostomo's impatience and impudent desire killed him, why should my honest behavior and modesty be blamed? If I keep my cleanliness with the company of the trees, why should he want me to lose it who wants me to have it with men? I, as you know, have my own riches and I do not covet those of others. I have free condition and I do not like to hold myself. I neither love nor hate anyone. I do not deceive this one nor solicit that one, nor do I mock with one nor amuse myself with the other. The honest conversation of the girls from these villages and the care of my goats entertain me. These mountains have my desires as an end, and if they leave here, it is to contemplate the beauty of heaven, steps with which the soul walks to its first home. And, saying this, without wanting to hear any answer, he turned his back and entered the most closed part of a mountain that was nearby, leaving all those who were there amazed, both at his discretion and his beauty. And some gave signs of those who were wounded by the powerful arrow of the rays of her beautiful eyes of wanting to follow her, without taking advantage of the manifest disappointment they had heard. Seeing which Don Quixote, thinking that it would be good to use his cavalry there to help needy maidens, put his hand on the hilt of his sword, in loud and intelligible voices, said, "No person, of whatever state and condition whoever dares to follow the beautiful Marcella, on pain of falling into my furious indignation. She has shown with clear and sufficient reasons how little or no fault she has had in the death of Chrysostomo, and how alien she lives from condescending to the wishes of any of her lovers, for whose cause it is just that, instead of being followed and persecuted, be honored and esteemed by all the good in the world, for it shows that in it she is the only one who lives with such honest intention." Either because of Don Quixote's threats, or because Ambrosio told him to finish with what they owed the good friend, none of the shepherds moved from there until, when the burial was finished and Chrysostomo's papers had been burned, they put his body in it, not without many tears from the bystanders. They closed the tomb with a thick rock, while a slab was finished, which, according to Ambrosio said, he planned to have made, with an epitaph that was to read as follows: "The miserable frozen body of a lover lies here, who was a herdsman, lost due to heartbreak. He died at the hands of the rigor of an elusive beautiful ungrateful, with whom his empire expands the tyranny of his love." Then they scattered many flowers and bouquets on top of the grave, and, all offering their condolences to his friend Ambrosio, they said goodbye to him. Vivaldo and his companion did the same, and Don Quixote bade farewell to his guests and passers-by, who begged him to come with them to Seville, because it was such a comfortable place to find adventures, that in every street and around every corner they offer more than any other. Don Quixote thanked them for the warning and the encouragement they showed in doing him a favor, and said that at that time he neither wanted nor should go to Seville until he had cleared all those mountains of rogue thieves, of whom it was famous that they were all full. Seeing his good determination, the travelers did not want to bother him any more, but, turning to say goodbye again, they left him and continued on their way, in which they did not lack something to discuss, as well as the story of Marcella and Crisostomo, as well as the follies of Don Quixote, which determined to go find the shepherdess Marcella and offer her everything he could in her service. But it did not suit him as he thought, according to what is told in the speech of this true story, ending the second part here. That just as Don Quixote bade farewell to his guests and to all those who were found at the burial of the shepherd Crisostomo, he and his squire entered the same forest where they saw that the shepherdess Marcella had entered, and, having walked for more than 2 hours through it, looking for it everywhere without being able to find it, they came to a halt in a meadow full of fresh grass, next to which ran a calm and cool stream, so much so that he invited and forced to spend siesta hours there, which was already beginning to come in rigorously. Don Quixote and Sancho dismounted and, leaving the donkey and Rocinante free to graze on the abundant grass that was there, ransacked the alforges, and without any ceremony, in good peace and company, master and young man ate what they had in they found. Sancho hadn't cured himself of letting Rocinante loose, sure that he knew him for being so tame and unruly that all the mares in the Córdoba pasture would not make him take a bad turn. So, fate ordered, and the devil, who does not always sleep, who were walking through that valley grazing a herd of Galician herds of some Galician muleteers, of whom it is customary to take a rest, with their pack in places and places of grass and water, and the one where Don Quixote happened to be was very apropos of the Galicians. So it happened that Rocinante wanted to enjoy himself with the Faca ladies, and leaving, just as he smelled them, of his natural pace and habit, without asking his owner's permission, he took a trot, somewhat minced, and went to communicate his need with them. But they, who, it seemed, must have been more eager to graze than him, received him with their horseshoes and with their teeth, in such a way that, shortly after, his girths broke and he was left without a saddle, in ball. But what he must have felt more was that, seeing the muleteers the force that was being done to their mares, they came with stakes, and they gave him so many blows that they knocked him down badly on the ground. Already at this Don Quixote and Sancho, who had seen Rocinante's beating, came up panting, and Don Quixote said to Sancho, "From what I see, friend Sancho, these are not knights, but coarse and lowly people. I'm saying this because you can help me take due revenge for the wrong done to Rocinante before our eyes." "What the hell revenge do we have to take?" replied Sancho, "if these are more than 20 and we are no more than 2, and even, perhaps, we are only 1.5. I am worth 100. replied Don Quixote. And, without making any more speeches, he took up his sword and attacked the Galicians, and Sancho Panza did the same, incited and moved by the example of his mistress. And, at first, Don Quixote stabbed one of them, which opened a leather tunic in which he was dressed, with a large part of the back. The Galicians, who saw themselves mistreated by those 2 men alone, being so many of them, went to their stakes, and, seizing the 2 in the middle, began to pounce on 'em with great zeal and vehemence. It is true that at the second blow they landed Sancho on the ground, and the same thing happened to Don Quixote, without his dexterity and good spirits being worth it, and he wished his fortune that he fell at the feet of Rocinante, who had not yet risen, where he can see the fury with which they crush stakes placed in rustic and angry hands. Seeing, then, the Galicians the wrong errand they had done, with the greatest alacrity they could, they loaded their pack and continued on their way, leaving the two adventurers in a bad mood and in a worse mood. The first to suffer was Sancho Panza, and, finding himself next to his lord, with a sick and wounded voice, he said, "Señor Don Quixote." "Ah, Mr. Don Quixote, what do you want, Sancho brother?" replied Don Quixote in the same effeminate and sorrowful tone as Sancho. "I would like, if it were possible," replied Sancho Panza, "your grace would give me 2 drinks of that ugly blast drink, if your grace has it there at hand. Perhaps it will be useful for broken bones as it is for wounds." "Well, having her here, unfortunate me, what were we missing?" replied Don Quixote. "But I swear to you, Sancho Panza, on the faith of a knight-errant, that before 2 days have elapsed, if fortune does not order otherwise, I will have it in my power, or my hands will turn out badly." "Well, in how many times does it seem to your grace that we will be able to move our feet?" replied Sancho Panza. "I know how to say," said the exhausted knight Don Quixote, "that I will not know how to put an end to those days. But I am to blame for everything, for I was not to put my hand to the sword against men who were not armed knights like myself, and thus, I believe that, as a penalty for having transgressed the laws of chivalry, the god of battles has allowed this punishment to be given to me. For this reason, Sancho Panza, it is convenient that you be warned about what I am going to tell you now, because it is very important to the health of both of us, and it is that, when you see that such a scoundrel does us some wrong, do not wait for me to put my hand to the sword for them, because I will not do it in any way, but put your hand to your sword and punish them very to your taste. That if knights come to their aid and defense, I will know how to defend you and offend them with all my power. You will have already seen through 1,000 signs and experiences how far the value of this strong arm of mine extends." The poor gentleman was so arrogant with the defeat of the brave Biscayan. But Sancho Panza did not think so well of his master's warning that he should stop responding, saying, "Sir, I am a peaceful, meek, calm man, and I know how to dissimulate any insult, because I have a wife and children to support and raise. So, let your grace also be warned, since it cannot be a mandate, that in no way will I put my hand to the sword, neither against a villain nor against a knight, and that, from here before God, I forgive all the wrongs they have done to me and will do, whether they have done them to me, or do or will do, tall or short person, rich or poor, hidalgo or pequero, regardless of status no condition." To which his mistress heard, he replied, "I would like to have breath so that I can speak a little rested, and that the pain that I have in this rib would appease as much as, to make you understand, Panza, in the error in which you are. Come here, sinner. If the wind of fortune, up to now so contrary, turns in our favor, taking away the sails of desire so that safely and without any contrast we can take port in one of the islands that I have promised you, what would become of you if, winning it, would I make you lord of it? Well, will you come to make it impossible for not being a knight, or wanting to be, or having the courage or intention of avenging your injuries and defending your dominion? Because you must know that in the newly conquered kingdoms and provinces the spirits of their natives are never so quiet, nor so on the side of the new lord that they are not afraid that they will do something new to alter things again, and return, as they say, to try luck, and thus, it is necessary that the new possessor have understanding to know how to govern himself, and courage to offend and defend himself in any event. In this that has happened to us now, replied Sancho, I would like to have that understanding and that courage that your grace says, but I swear to you, on the faith of a poor man, that I am more for bismas than for talks. See if you can get up, and we'll help Rocinante, even though he doesn't deserve it, because he was the main cause of all this trouble. I never believed such of Rocinante, that he considered him a chaste person and as peaceful as me. In short, they say well that it takes a long time to get to know people, and that there is no sure thing in this life. Who would have thought that after those great stab wounds that your grace gave to that unfortunate knight-errant, this great storm of sticks that you have unloaded on our backs would come, following him and following him? Even yours, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, must be made for such clouds, but mine, raised between Cinnabaphus and Hollanders, it is clear that they will feel the pain of this misfortune more. And if it weren't for the fact that I imagine— What am I saying? I imagine. To this the squire replied, Sir, since these misfortunes are typical of chivalry, tell me if they happen very often, or if they have limited times in which they occur. Because it seems to me that after 2 harvests we will be useless for the 3rd, if God, through his infinite mercy, does not help us. No, friend Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that the life of knights errant is subject to 1,000 dangers and misadventures, and, neither more nor less, it has the potential to be the knights errant kings and emperors, as experience has shown in many and diverse knights, of whose stories I have complete news. And I could tell you now, if the pain gave me room, of some who, only by the value of their arm, have risen to the high degrees that I have counted, and these same ones were seen before and after in diverse calamities and miseries. Because the valiant Amadis de Gaula found himself in the power of his mortal enemy Archelaus the Enchanter, who has been found to have given him, while being held prisoner, more than 200 lashes with the reins of his horse, tied to a column in a patio. And there is even a secret author, and of not little credit, who says that, having caught the knight of Phoebus with a certain trap that sank under his feet, in a certain castle, and when he fell, he found himself in a deeper chasm under the ground, tied hand and foot, and there they threw a stream called Melicinas, of water, snow and sand, which he reached very far, and if he were not helped in that great trouble by a wise great friend of his, the poor gentleman would have a very bad time. So, I can easily pass among so many good people, that greater affronts are those that these suffered, than those that we now experience. Because I want to make you aware, Sancho, that the wounds that are given with the instruments that are perhaps in the hands are not insulting, and this is in the law of dueling, written in express words, that if the shoemaker hits another with the shoe last he is holding, since it really is made of wood, it will not be said for that reason that the person he hit with is beaten. I say this because you do not think that, since we are left crushed by this quarrel, we are left insulted, because the weapons that those men brought, with which they crushed us, were none other than their stakes, and none of them, as far as I remember, had a rapier, sword, or dagger. They didn't give me a place, answered Sancho, to look around for so long, because, as soon as I put my hand on my brand, when they crossed my shoulders with their pines, in such a way that they took the sight out of my eyes and the strength of my feet, leading me to where I now lie, and where I do not feel sorry to think whether or not the beating was an affront, as the pain of the blows gives me, which will remain as imprinted in my memory as on my back. With all that, I let you know, Brother Panza, Don Quixote replied, that there is no memory for whom time does not end, nor pain that death does not consume. Well, what greater misfortune can there be, replied Panza, than the one that awaits time to consume it and death to end it? If our misfortune were one of those that can be cured with a couple of bismers, still not so bad, but I am seeing that all the poultices in a hospital are not enough to put him to good effect even. Stop that and get strength from weakness, Sancho, answered Don Quixote. I'll do so, and let's see how Rocinante is. It seems to me that the poor man has not received the least part of this misfortune. There is nothing to marvel at, answered Sancho, since he is such a good knight-errant. What I marvel at is that my donkey has been free and without costs where we came out without ribs. Fate always leaves a door open in misfortunes, to remedy them, said Don Quixote. I say this because that little beast will now be able to make up for Rocinante's lack, taking me from here to some castle where he can be cured of my wounds. And more, that I will not dishonor such chivalry, because I remember having read that good old Silenus, tutor and teacher of the cheerful god of laughter, when he entered the city of 100 gates, he was going, very much at his pleasure, knight on a very beautiful donkey. It will be true that he should have been a knight, as your grace says, replied Sancho, but there is a great difference between being a knight and being crossed like a sack of garbage. To which Don Quixote replied, wounds received in battles give honor rather than take it away. So, Panza friend, don't talk to me any more, but, as I've already told you, get up as best you can and put me on top of your donkey in the way that pleases you best, and let's get out of here before night comes and overtakes us. In this desert, well, I have heard from your grace, said Panza, that it is very much for knights errant to sleep in the moors and deserts most of the year, and that they have it very fortunate. That is, said Don Quixote, when they cannot take it any more, or when they are in love, and this is so true, that there has been a gentleman who has been on a rock, in the sun and in the shade, and in the inclemencies of the sky, for 2 years, without his lady knowing. And one of these was Amadis, when, calling himself Beltenebros, he stayed in La Peña Pobre. I don't know if it was 8 years or 8 months, I'm not very good at counting it. It's enough that he was there doing penance, for I don't know what unpleasantness he Mrs. Oriana did. But let us leave this behind, Sancho, and finish, before another misfortune befalls the donkey, like Rocinante. Even then he would be the devil, said Sancho. And, saying goodbye to 30 woes, and 60 sighs, and 120 regrets and curses from the one who had brought him there, he got up, remaining overwhelmed in the middle of the road, like a Turkish bow, unable to finish straightening himself up. And with all this work, she harnessed his donkey, which had also walked a little distracted with too much freedom that day. He then lifted up Rocinante, who, if he had a tongue to complain with, surely neither Sancho nor his master would not be behind him. In resolution, Sancho placed Don Quixote on the donkey and roped Rocinante in, and, leading the donkey as a halter, he headed, little by little, towards where it seemed to him that the royal road might be. And luck, which was leading his affairs from good to better, had not yet gone a little league, when he found the road, in which he discovered an inn that, despite himself and Don Quixote's pleasure, was to be a castle. Sancho insisted that it was an inn, and his master that it was not, but a castle, and the dispute lasted so long that they had time, without finishing it, to reach it, into which Sancho entered. Without further investigation, with all his pack, Sir Castle the innkeeper, who saw Don Quixote straddled on the donkey, asked Sancho what was wrong with him. Sancho replied that it was nothing, but that he had fallen from a rock and that his ribs were somewhat bruised. She had one of the innkeepers for a wife, not in the condition that those with similar treatment usually have, because she was naturally charitable and was hurt by the calamities of her neighbors. And she immediately went to cure Don Quixote and had one of her daughters, a maiden, a girl, and of very good appearance, help her cure her guest. She also served in the inn, an Asturian girl, broad-faced, smooth-necked, blunt-nosed, one eye blind and the other not very healthy. It is true that the gallantry of her body made up for her other faults. She did not have 7 spans from head to toe, and her shoulders, which somewhat burdened her, made her look at the ground more than usual. That she wanted this kind girl, then, help the maiden, and the two made a very bad bed for Don Quixote in a cabin that, in other times, gave clear indications that he had served as a hayloft for many years, in which also lodged a muleteer, who had his bed made a little beyond that of our Don Quixote. And, although it was one of the cages and blankets of his mails, it was much better than that of Don Quixote, which only contained 4 rough planks, on 2 not very equal benches, and a mattress that seemed subtly like a quilt, full of baubles, which, except to show that they were made of wool due to some tears, when felt, in the hardness, resembled pebble, and 2 sheets made of buckler leather, and a blanket, whose threads, if one wanted to count, would not miss 1 account only. In this accursed bed Don Quixote lay down, and then the landlady and her daughter plastered him from top to bottom, lighting him up with maritons, who was called La Asturiana, and, as the squint saw the landlady so bruised in parts by Don Quixote, he said that it seemed more like blows than falls. They weren't blows, said Sancho, but the rock had many spikes and bumps, and that each one had made the bruise of him. And he also said to her, "Make your grace, lady, so that there are some toes left, that there will be no lack of those who need them. My loins hurt a bit too." "That way," replied the landlady, "you must have fallen too." "I didn't fall," said Sancho Panza, "but because of the shock I got from seeing my master fall, my body hurts so much that it seems to me that I've been given 1,000 blows." "It may well be so," said the maiden, "that it has happened to me many times to dream that I fell from a tower down and that I never quite reached the ground, and, when I woke up from the dream, to find myself as battered and broken as if I had really fallen." "That's the point, Señora," answered Sancho Panza, "that I, without dreaming anything, but being more awake than I am now, find myself with fewer bruises than my lord Don Quixote." "What is this gentleman's name?" asked the Asturian maritons. "Don Quixote of La Mancha," answered Sancho Panza, "and he is a knight adventurer, and one of the best and strongest that has been seen in the world for a long time." "What is adventurous knight?" the girl replied. "Are you so new in the world that you don't know it?" answered Sancho Panza. "Well, no, my sister, that an adventurous knight is something that in 2 words looks beaten and emperor." Today he is the most unfortunate creature in the world and the most needy, and tomorrow he would have 2 or 3 crowns of kingdoms to give to his squire. Well, how come you, being such a good gentleman, said the landlady, don't you seem to have even a county? It's still early, replied Sancho, because we've been looking for adventures for only a month, and up to now we haven't come across any that are. And maybe you have to look for one thing and find another. It is true that if my lord Don Quixote heals from this wound or fall and I am not damaged by it, I would not exchange my hopes with the best title in Spain. Don Quixote was listening very attentively to all these talks, and, sitting down on the bed as best he could, taking the landlady by the hand, he said to her, "Believe me, beautiful lady, that you can call yourself fortunate for having lodged in this castle of yours. To my person, which is such, that if I do not praise it, it is because of what it is customary to say that self-praise degrades, but my squire will tell you who I am. I only tell you that I will forever have written in my memory the service that you have done me, to thank you for as long as my life lasts, and it would please the high heavens that love did not have me so surrendered and so subject to its laws, and the eyes of that beautiful ungrateful woman that I speak between my teeth, that the of this beautiful maiden were lords of my freedom." The landlady and her daughter and good Maritornes were confused when they heard the knight-errant's arguments, which they understood as if he were speaking in Greek, although they well understood that they were all directed towards offerings and compliments, and, since they were not used to such language, they looked at him and admired themselves, and he seemed to them another man of those who were used to, and, thanking him with fanciful reasons for his offers, they left him, and the Asturian Maritornes cured Sancho, who needed it no less than her love. The muleteer had made an agreement with her that they would have fun together that night, and she had given him her word that, when the guests were calm and her masters sleeping, she would go find him and satisfy him as soon as he ordered. And tell yourself about this good girl that she never gave such words that she did not fulfill, even though she gave them on a mountain and without any witness, because she boasted of being very noble, and it was not an affront to be in that exercise of serving in her sale, because she said that misfortunes and bad events had brought her to that state. Don Quixote's hard, narrow, timid, and feminized bed was first in the middle of that starry stable, and then, next to it, Sancho made his own, which only contained a bulrush mat and a blanket, which before appeared to be made of angeo, tufted than wool. These 2 beds were succeeded by the muleteer's bed, made, as has been said, of the saddles and all the trimmings of the 2 best mules he brought, although they were 12, pike, fat and famous, because he was one of the rich muleteers of Arevalo. According to what the author of this story says, who makes particular mention of this muleteer, because he knew him very well, and they even want to say that he was somewhat related to him. Apart from the fact that Cide Mahomet Benengeli was a very curious historian and very punctual in all things, and he is well aware, because those that are mentioned, with being so minimal and so thieves, he did not want to pass them in silence, from which serious historians can take an example, who tell us about actions so briefly and succinctly that they barely reach our lips, leaving the most substantial part of the work in the dark, due to carelessness, malice or ignorance. Well, there are 1,000 times the author of Tablante de Ricamont, and that of the other book where the facts of Count Tomillas are recounted, and how punctually they describe everything. I say then, that after the muleteer had visited his pack and given him the second feed, he stretched out in his saddlebags and waited for his most punctual marathons. Sancho was already squinted and in bed, and although he tried to sleep, the pain in his ribs did not allow it, and Don Quixote, with the pain of his, had his eyes open like a hare. The entire inn was silent, and in all of it there was no other light than that given by a burning lamp hanging in the middle of the portal. This wonderful stillness, and the thoughts that our gentleman always brought about the events that are recounted at every step in the books that wrote his misfortune, brought to his imagination one of the strange follies that can be well imagined. And it was that he imagined he had arrived at a famous castle, which, as has been said, castles were, in his opinion, all the inns where he was staying, and that the innkeeper's daughter was that of the lord of the castle, who, defeated by his courtesy, she had fallen in love with him and promised that that night, in the absence of her parents, she would come to sleep with him a good peace. And, having all this chimera, which he had fabricated, firm and valid, he began to worry and think about the dangerous trance in which his honesty would be seen, and he proposed in his heart not to commit treachery to his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, although Queen Guinevere herself with her lady Quintanona stood before him. Thinking, then, of these nonsense, the time and the hour arrived, which for him was diminished, for the coming of the Asturian woman, who, in shirt and barefoot, her hair caught in a fustian albornoga, with taciturn steps, he entered the room where the three were staying in search of the muleteer. But she had barely reached the door when Don Quixote felt her, and, sitting up on the bed, despite her soreness and pain in her ribs, he stretched out his arms to receive her beautiful maiden. The Asturian woman, who, all collected and silent, was going with her hands in front of her looking for her beloved, ran into the arms of Don Quixote, who seized her tightly by the wrist and, pulling her towards him, without her daring to speak a word, pulled her to him, made him sit on the bed. She then tempted him with her shirt, and, although she was made of sackcloth, it seemed to him to be made of the finest and thinnest girdle. She wore glass beads on her wrists, but he caught glimpses of precious oriental pearls. Her hair, which in some way resembled a mane, he marked with strands of the most lucid Arabian gold, whose glare was darkened by the sun itself. And her breath, which undoubtedly smelled of cold, stale salad, seemed to him to emanate from her mouth a soft, aromatic odor. And, finally, he painted her in his imagination in the same outline and manner that he had read in his books of the other princess who came to see the badly wounded knight, defeated by his love affairs, with all the adornments that are here. And the blindness of the poor hidalgo was so great that touch, nor breath, nor other things that the good maiden brought in herself, did not disappoint him, which could make someone other than a muleteer vomit. Before, it seemed to him that he held the goddess of beauty in his arms. And, holding her well, with a loving and low voice he began to say to her, "I would like to find myself in terms, beautiful and high lady, of being able to pay such a favor as the one you have done me with the sight of your great beauty." But he wanted the fortune, which never tires of persecuting the good, put me on this bed, where I lie so battered and broken that, even if I wanted to satisfy your will, it would be impossible. And more, that another greater impossibility is added to this, which is the promised faith that I have given to the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, the only mistress of my most hidden thoughts, that if this were not in the way, I would not be such a sound gentleman that I let the fortunate occasion in which your great goodness has given me pass by." She, Maritornes, was extremely upset and sweating, seeing herself so seized by Don Quixote, and, without understanding or paying attention to the reasons she was telling her, she tried, without speaking a word, to break free. The good muleteer, who was awakened by her bad desires, from the moment he brought her bribe through the door, felt it. He was attentively listening to everything that Don Quixote was saying, and, jealous that the Asturian woman had failed to speak for someone else, he went closer to Don Quixote's bed, and he stayed there until he saw what those reasons ended, for he could not understand. But, as he saw that the girl was struggling to free herself and Don Quixote was working for her, the mockery disapproving of him, he raised his arm in the air and brought down such a terrible fist on the narrow jaws of the enamored knight, which bathed his entire mouth in blood, and, not content with this, he climbed up on his ribs, and with his feet more than trotting, he walked them all from end to end. With the addition of the muleteer, she fell to the ground, to whose great noise the innkeeper woke up, and then she imagined that they must be Maritornes's quarrels, because, having called out to her, she did not respond. With this suspicion he got up, and, lighting a lamp, he went to where he had felt the fury. The girl, seeing that her master came from her, and that she was in a terrible condition, all fearful and rowdy, took refuge in Sancho Panza's bed, who was still sleeping, and there she curled up in a ball. The innkeeper entered saying, "Where are you, whore? Surely these are your things." With this, Sancho woke up, and feeling that lump almost on top of him, he thought he had a nightmare, and he began to punch from one side to the other, and among others he hit Maritornes with I don't know how many, who, feeling the pain throwing honesty to the wind, he returned to Sancho with so many that, to his spite, he lost sleep, who, seeing himself treated in that way and without knowing who, raised himself as he could, embraced Maritornes, and between the two of them began the closest and most graceful skirmish in the world. Seeing, then, the muleteer, by the light of the innkeeper's lamp, which his lady was walking, leaving Don Quixote, he went to give her the necessary help. The innkeeper did the same, but with a different intention, because he went to punish the girl, doubtless believing that she alone was the cause of all that harmony. And just as they say, the cat to the rat to the rope to the stick, the muleteer gave to Sancho, Sancho to the girl to him, the innkeeper to the girl, and they all moved with such haste that they did not give themselves a point of rest, and it was a good thing that the innkeeper's lamp went out, and, as they were left dark, they all gave themselves so mercilessly in bulk that wherever they put their hand, they left nothing healthy. Perhaps a quadrillero from what is called the Santa Hermandad Vieja de Toledo was staying that night in the inn, who, also hearing the strange noise of the fight, seized his half-stick and the tin box of his titles, and entered dark in the room, saying, "Hold on to justice. Hold on to the Holy Brotherhood." And the first he ran into was Don Quixote's battered man, who was in his fallen bed, stretched out on his back, senseless, and, groping his beard, kept saying, "Favor justice!" But, seeing that the one he was holding did not move, he gave himself to understand that he was dead, and that those who were inside were his killers, and with this suspicion he strengthened his voice, saying, "Close the door of the inn. Look, no one leaves, a man has been killed here." This voice startled everyone, and each one left the quarrel to the degree that the voice took him. The innkeeper withdrew to his room, the muleteer to his saddlery, the girl to her ranch. Only the unfortunate Don Quixote and Sancho could not move from where they were. At this the cuadrillero let go of Don Quixote's beard, and went out to look for light, to look for and apprehend the delinquents, but he could not find it, because the innkeeper, of industry, had dyed the lamp when he retired to his room, and he was forced to go to the fireplace, where, with a lot of work and time, the cuadrillero lit another lamp. 17 Chapter where they continue the innumerable hardships that the brave Don Quixote and his good squire Sancho Panza went through in the inn, which, due to his misfortune, he thought was a castle. Don Quixote had already returned from his paradism at this time, and, with the same tone of voice with which the day before he had called his squire, when he was lying in the Valley of the Stakes, he began to call him, saying, "Sancho friend, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping, friend Sancho? What do I have to sleep? It weighs on me," replied Sancho, full of sorrow and spite. "That it seems that all the devils have walked with me tonight." "You can believe so, without a doubt," answered Don Quixote, "because either I know little, or this castle is enchanted. Because you must know more. What I want to tell you now, make me swear that you will keep it a secret until after my death." "Yes, I swear," answered Sancho. "I say so," replied Don Quixote, "because I am an enemy of dishonor being taken from anyone." "I say that I do swear," Sancho continued, "that I will keep quiet about it until after your grace's days, and pray to God that I can discover it tomorrow." "I do such evil deeds to you, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "that you would want to see me dead so quickly." "It's not for that reason," answered Sancho, "but because I'm an enemy of keeping things a lot, and I wouldn't want him to rot from being put away." "Be that as it may," said Don Quixote, "I trust your love and courtesy more. And sir, you must know that tonight one of the strangest adventures that I will know how to describe has happened to me. And, by telling it to you shortly, you will know that a short time ago the daughter of the lord of this castle came to me, who is the most handsome and beautiful maiden that can be found in much of the earth. What could she tell you about the adornment of her person? What of the gallant understanding of her? What about other hidden things, that, to keep the faith that I owe to my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, I will let pass intact and in silence? I only want to tell you that heaven was envious of as much good as fortune had placed in my hands, or perhaps, and this is the truest thing, that, as I have said, this castle is enchanted. At the time that I was with her in very sweet and loving conversations, without my seeing it or knowing where it came from, a hand came attached to the arm of some enormous giant and planted a fist in my jaws, such that they are all bathed in blood, and then she crushed me in such a way that I'm worse than yesterday when the Galicians, who, because of too many of Rocinante, did us the wrong you know. From where I conjecture that the treasure of the beauty of this maiden must be kept by some enchanted Moor, and it must not be for me." "Nor for me either," replied Sancho, "because more than 400 Moors have beaten me, so that the grinding of the stakes was cakes and painted bread. But tell me, sir, what do you call this good and rare adventure, having remained what we are? Even your grace was thankful, since she had in her hands that incomparable beauty that you have mentioned, but what did I have but the worst beatings that I think I will receive in my entire life? Unfortunate for me and for the mother who gave birth to me, for I am not a knight errant, nor will I ever be, and of all the mischief I bear, "The greatest part." "Then, are you also beaten?" replied Don Quixote. "Didn't I say yes? Regret my lineage?" Sancho said. "Don't be sorry, friend," said Don Quixote. "Now I will make the precious balm with which we will heal in the twinkling of an eye." The cuadrillero ended up lighting the lamp, and went in to see what he thought was dead. And as soon as Sancho saw him come in, seeing him coming in his shirt and with his headcloth and lamp in hand, and with a very grim face, he asked his master, "Sir, is this the Moor enchanted, who punishes us again, if something was left unanswered?" "It can't be the Moor," replied Don Quixote, "because the enchanted ones don't let anyone see them." "If they don't let themselves be seen, let themselves be felt," said Sancho. "If not, tell me behind my back." "Mine could say so, too," replied Don Quixote, "but that is not sufficient evidence to believe that this one you see is the enchanted Moor." The cuadrillero arrived, and, as he found them talking in such a calm conversation, he was left in suspense. It is true that even Don Quixote was lying on his back, unable to move, from pure bruising and plastering. The cuadrillero approached him and said, "Well, how are you doing, good man?" "I would have spoken more of a servant," answered Don Quixote, "if it were you." "Is it customary on this earth to speak unlucky to knights errant, fool?" The cuadrillero, who saw himself treated so badly by such a bad-looking man, could not bear it, and, raising the oil lamp with all its oil, hit Don Quixote on the head with it, so that he left him badly injured. And, as everything remained dark, he immediately left, and Sancho Panza said, "Without a doubt, sir, this is the enchanted Moor, and he must keep the treasure for others, and for us he only keeps the fists and the flashes." "That's right," replied Don Quixote, "and one must not pay attention to these things of enchantment, nor is there any reason to take anger with them, that, as they are invisible and fantastic, we won't find anyone to take revenge on, even if we try harder. Get up, Sancho, if you can, and call the warden of this fortress, and see that he give me a little oil, wine, salt, and rosemary to make the salutary balm. I really think I need it right now, because a lot of blood is draining from the wound that this ghost has given me." Sancho got up with great pain in his bones, and it was dark where the innkeeper was, and, meeting the cuadrillero, who was listening to what his enemy was up to, he said to him, "Sir, whoever you are, give us the favor and benefit of giving us a little rosemary, oil, salt and wine, which is necessary to cure one of the best knights errant on earth, who lies in that bed, badly injured by the hands of the enchanted Moor who is in this inn." When the cuadrillero heard such, he considered him a man lacking in brains, and, because it was already beginning to dawn, he opened the door of the inn, and, calling the innkeeper, told him what that good man wanted. The innkeeper provided him with everything he wanted, and Sancho took it to Don Quixote, who was with his hands on his head, complaining of the pain of the lamplight, which had done him no more harm than raising two somewhat grown bumps, and what I thought it was blood, it was nothing but sweat that sweated with the anguish of the past storm. In resolution, he took his simples, of which he made a compound, mixing them all together and cooking them for a good while, until they seemed to him to be at his point. He then asked for a vial to pour into it, and, as there was none in the sale, he resolved to put it in a tin leaf flask or oil can, of which the innkeeper made a pleasant donation. And then he said over the flask more than 80 paternosters and as many Hail Marys, salves and creeds, and each word was accompanied by a cross, by way of blessing. To all of which Sancho, the innkeeper, and Quadrillero were present, that the muleteer was already calmly understanding for the benefit of his males. This done, he himself wanted to experience the virtue of that precious balm that he imagined, and he drank of what he could not fit in the flask and remained in the pot where he had cooked almost half a sugar, and he hardly finished drinking it, when he began to vomit so that there was nothing left in his stomach, and with the anxieties and agitation from the vomit he broke out into a profuse sweat, for which he ordered him to wrap him up and leave him alone. They did so, and he fell asleep for more than 3 hours, at the end of which he woke up and felt so relieved from his body, and in such a better way from his brokenness that he considered himself healed. And he truly believed that he had hit the mark with the Fierabras balm, and that with that remedy he could undertake from then on, without any fear, any ruins, battles and quarrels, no matter how dangerous they were. Sancho Panza, who also considered the improvement of his master to be a miracle, begged her to give him what was left in the pot, which was not a small quantity. Don Quixote granted it to him, and he, taking it with both hands, in good faith and in a better spirit, emptied it into his breasts, and bottled little less than his mistress. It is, then, the case that poor Sancho's stomach could not have been as delicate as his master's, and first he vomited, they gave him so much cravings and nausea, with so many sweats and fainting spells that he thought well and truly that his last hour had arrived, and, looking so afflicted and sorrowful, he cursed the balm and the thief who had given it to him. Seeing him like this, Don Quixote said to him, I believe, Sancho, that all this evil comes from not being knighted, because I believe that this liquor should not benefit those who are not knights. If your grace knew that, replied Sancho, wretched me and all my relatives, why did you consent to my tasting it? At this point, the concoction took effect, and the poor squire began to drain itself through both channels, with so much haste that the cattail mat, on which he had thrown himself again, nor the rug with which he covered himself, were of no more use. He sweated and sweated with such paroxysms and accidents that not only he, but everyone thought that his life was ending. He lasted this stormy and bad adventure for almost 2 hours, after which he was not left as his master, but so battered and broken that he could not bear it. But Don Quixote, who, as has been said, felt relieved and healthy, wanted to leave immediately to look for adventures. It seemed to him that all the time he would spend there was taking away from the world and those in need of his favor and protection, and more with the security and confidence that he carried in his balm. And compelled by this desire, he himself saddled Rocinante and saddled the donkey of his squire, whom he also helped to dress and climb onto the donkey. He then got on horseback, and coming to a corner of the inn, he seized a sand eel that was there, to serve as a spear. Everyone in the inn was looking at him. There were more than 20 people. The innkeeper's daughter was also looking at him, and he also did not take his eyes off her, and from time to time he heaved a sigh that seemed to drag him from the depths of his bowels, and everyone thought it must be from the pain he felt in his ribs. At least, those who had seen him bisma the night before thought so. Once they were both on horseback, standing at the door of the inn, he called the innkeeper, and in a very calm and grave voice told him, "Many and very great are the favors, Señor Alcaide, that I have received in this castle of yours, and I remain most obligated to thank you all the days of my life." If I can repay you by avenging you on some arrogant person who has wronged you, know that my office is none other than to be worth those who can do little, and avenge those who receive wrongs, and punish treachery. Review your memory, and if you find something of this kind to entrust to me, there is nothing but say it, which I promise you, by the knight's order that I received, from Phasaelus satisfied and paid to all your will. The innkeeper answered him with the same calm, Senor gentleman, I don't need your grace to avenge me for any wrong, because I know how to take the revenge that seems to me, when they are done to me. I just need your grace to pay me for the expense that you have made tonight at the inn, as well as the straw and barley for your 2 beasts, as well as dinner and beds. Then, is this a sale? Don Quixote replied. And very honorable, replied the innkeeper. I have been deceived up to here, replied Don Quixote, for in truth I thought it was a castle, and not a bad one. But, since it is so that it is not a castle but a sale, what can be done for now is that you pardon the payment, that I cannot contravene the order of the knights errant, of which I know certain, without up to now there have been I have read otherwise, that they never paid for an inn or anything else for sale where they were, because they are owed by law, and by law any good reception that is given to them, in payment for the insufferable work they suffer looking for adventures night and day, in winter and in summer, on foot and on horseback, thirsty and hungry, hot and cold, subject to all the inclemencies of the sky and all the discomforts of the earth. I have little to do with that, answered the innkeeper. Pay me what is owed to me, and let's stop talking about stories or chivalry, because I have no account with anything other than collecting my property. You are a fool and a bad innkeeper, replied Don Quixote. And, giving Rocinante legs and intervening with his spear, he left the inn without anyone stopping him, and he, without looking to see if his squire was following him, went a long way. The innkeeper, who saw him go and did not pay him, went to collect from Sancho Panza, who said that since his lord had not wanted to pay, he would not pay either, because, being the squire of a knight-errant, as he was, the same rule and reason followed for him as for his mistress in not paying anything at the inns and inns. The innkeeper got very upset about this, and threatened him that if he didn't pay him, he would charge him so that it weighed on him. To which Sancho replied that, by the law of chivalry that his master had received, he would not pay a single goring, even if it cost him his life, because he was not to lose for him the good and ancient usage of the knights errant, nor were the squires of those who were to come into the world to complain about him, reproaching him for the breach of such just jurisdiction. The bad luck of the unfortunate Sancho wanted that, among the people who were in the inn, there were 4 Parales from Segovia, 3 holes from the Potro de Córdoba and 2 neighbors from La Heria de Sevilla, cheerful, well-intentioned, thug and playful people, who, almost as if instigated and moved by the same spirit, approached Sancho, and taking him off the donkey, one of them entered through the blanket of the guest's bed, and, throwing him on it, raised their eyes and saw that the ceiling was something lower than they needed for their work, and they decided to go out into the corral, which had the sky as its limit. And there, Sancho placed in the middle of the blanket, they began to lift him high and make fun of him like a dog for carnival. The voices that the miserable cloak gave were so many that they reached the ears of his mistress, who, determining to listen attentively, believed that some new adventure was coming, until he clearly knew that the one who shouted was his squire. And, returning the reins, with a painful gallop he arrived at the inn, and, finding it closed, he went around it to see if he could find a way to enter. But he had not reached the walls of the corral, which were not very high, when he saw the bad game that was being played with his squire. He saw her go up and down through the air, with such grace and alacrity that, if the anger left him, I think he would laugh. He tried to climb from the horse to the fences, but he was so bruised and broken that he could not even dismount, and from on top of the horse, he began to say so many insults and slander to those who were throwing blankets at Sancho, that it is not possible to hit clerks. But this did not stop them from laughing and from his work, nor did the flying Sancho stop his complaints, now mixed with threats, now with pleas, but everything was of little use, nor was it used, until they left him from pure exhaustion. They brought his donkey there, and climbing on top of it, they wrapped him in his overcoat. And the compassionate Maritornes, seeing him so tired, thought it would be a good idea to help him with a jug of water, and so she brought him out of the well, because it was colder. Sancho took him, and taking him to his mouth, he stopped at the cries that his mistress gave him, saying, "Son Sancho, don't drink water. Son, don't drink it, it will kill you. You see, here I have the most holy balm." And he showed her the concoction flask, that with 2 drops that you drink from it you will heal without a doubt. At these voices Sancho turned his eyes, as if from the side, and said with other louder ones, "Have you fortunately forgotten that I am not a knight, or do you want me to finish vomiting the entrails that I had left from last night? Save your liquor to all the heck and leave it to me." And the finishing of saying this and the beginning of drinking were all one. But, as he saw at the first sip that it was water, he did not want to go any further, and asked Maritornes to bring him some wine, and she did so willingly, and paid for it with her own money, because, in effect, it is said of her that, although she was in that deal, she had some shadows and far from Christian. Just as Sancho drank, he gave the carcanos to his donkey, and opening the indoor wide for him, he left it, very happy for not having paid anything and for having left with his intention, even though it had been at the cost of his usual guarantors, who were his backs. It is true that the innkeeper kept his saddlebags as payment for what was owed to him, but Sancho did not miss them. According to him, he came out disturbed. The innkeeper wanted to bar the door securely as soon as he saw him outside, but the manteladores did not consent, who were people who, although Don Quixote was truly one of the knights errant of the Round Table, did not esteem him as 2 tricks. They recount the reasons that Sancho Panza went through with his lord Don Quixote, along with other adventures worthy of being told. Sancho arrived at his master withered and fainted, so much so that he could not herd his donkey. When Don Quixote saw him like this, he said to him, "Now I just believe, good Sancho, that castle or inn is undoubtedly enchanted, for those who so heinously took up pastime with you, what could they be but ghosts and people from the other world? And I confirm this by having seen that, when I was by the fences of the corral watching the acts of your sad tragedy, it was not possible for me to climb them, much less could I get off Rocinante, because they must have delighted me. I swear to you, by the faith of who I am, that if I could get on or off, that I would avenge you so that those idiots and scoundrels would remember the joke forever, even though in doing so I knew how to contravene the laws of chivalry, that, as I have told you many times, they do not allow a gentleman to lay a hand against someone who is not, if it were not in defense of his own life and person, in case of urgent and great need. I would also take revenge if I could, whether or not I was knighted, but I couldn't, although I believe that those who enjoyed me were not ghosts or enchanted men, as your grace says, but men of flesh and blood like us, and all of them, as I heard them name when they turned around me, had their names. One was called Pedro Martinez, and the other Tenorio Hernande, and I heard the innkeeper's name was Juan Palamec el Zurdo. So, sir, not being able to jump over the fences of the corral, or get off the horse, it was all about enchantments. And what I take away from all this is that these adventures that we are looking for, after all, will lead us to so many misadventures that we do not know which is our right foot. And what would be better and more accurate, according to my little understanding, were to return to our place, now that it is time for the harvest, and to understand the hacienda, leaving us to walk from Sica to Mecca and from Zoca to Coladra, as they say. How little you know, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, of the ailment of chivalry. Be silent and be patient. What a day will come when you will see with your eyes how honorable it is to walk in this. Exercise. If not, tell me, what greater happiness can there be in the world, or what pleasure can be equal to winning a battle and triumphing over your enemy? None, without a doubt. That's how it must be, answered Sancho. Since I don't know it, I only know that, after we are knights errant, or your graces, for I don't have to count myself in such an honorable number, we have never won any battle, if it was not that of the Biscayan, and even from that one your grace came out with half an ear and half a helmet less, that, later here, everything has been sticks and more sticks, fists and more fists, taking advantage of the mantle and having happened to be enchanted people, on whom I cannot take revenge, to know how far the pleasure of defeating the enemy goes. As your grace says, that is the pain that I have and the one that you must have, Sancho, answered Don Quixote, but, from now on, I will try to have in my hands a sword made by such mastery, that whoever brings it with him cannot do any kind of enchantments, and it could even be that the fortune of Amadis was in store for me, when he was called the Knight of the Burning Sword, which was one of the best swords that a knight had in the world, because, whatever virtue it had, it cut like a razor. And there was no armor, strong and enchanted as it was, that could stand before him. I am so lucky, said Sancho, that when that happened and your grace came to find a similar sword, it would only come to serve and take advantage of the armed knights, like Balsam, and the squires. Let them fight duels. Don't be afraid of that, Sancho, said Don Quixote, heaven will do better for you. Don Quixote and his squire were going through these conversations, when he saw Don Quixote that a great and thick cloud of dust was coming towards them along the road they were going. And, seeing her, he turned to Sancho and said, This is the day, O Sancho. This is the day, I say, in which the value of my arm must be shown, as much as in any other, and in which I have to do works that will remain written in the book of fame for all the coming centuries. Do you see that cloud of dust that rises there, Sancho? Well, everything is curdled by a very copious army that of diverse and innumerable people has been marching there. At that count, there must be two, said Sancho, because another similar cloud of dust also rises from this opposite side. Don Quixote looked at him again, and saw that this was the truth, and, rejoicing exceedingly, he thought, without a doubt, that they were two armies that came to charge and meet in the middle of that spacious plain, because at all times and moments his fantasy was filled with those battles, enchantments, events, blunders, loves, challenges, which are recounted in the books of chivalry, and everything he spoke, thought or did was directed towards similar things. And the cloud of dust that he had seen was raised by 2 large herds of sheep and rams that came from 2 different parts along the same road, which, with the dust, did not see each other until they got close. And Don Quixote affirmed with such fervor that they were armies, that Sancho came to believe it and said to him, "Sir, then, what are we to do?" "That," said Don Quixote, "to favor and help the needy and destitute. And you must know, Sancho, that this one who is coming in front of us is led and guided by the great Emperor Alifanfaron, lord of the great island of Trapobana. This other one who walks behind my back is that of his enemy, the king of the Garamantis, Pentapolen of the rolled-up arm, because he always enters battles with his right arm bare." "Well, why do these 2 gentlemen love each other so badly?" Sancho asked. "They love each other badly," replied Don Quixote, "because this Alifanfaron is a furious pagan and he is in love with the daughter of Pentapolen, who is a very beautiful and also graceful lady, and she is a Christian, and her father does not want to hand her over to the pagan king if he does not first leave the law of his false prophet Muhammad and turn to his own. For my beards," said Sancho, "if he doesn't do Pentapolen very well, and I have to help him as much as I can." "In that you will do what you must, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "because, to enter such battles, it is not necessary to be knighted." "Well, that's enough for me," answered Sancho, "but where shall we put this donkey so that we're certain of finding him after the fray is over? Because I don't think it was in use until now to enter it in such cavalry." "That is true," said Don Quixote. "What you can do with him is leave him to his adventures, whether he is lost or not, because there will be so many horses that we will have, after we are victorious, that even Rocinante is in danger of bartering him for another. But pay attention to me and look, I want to give you an account of the most important knights that come in these 2 armies. And, so that you can see and notice them better, let us retire to that loft that is made there, from where the 2 armies must be discovered." They did so, and positioned themselves on a hill, from which the 2 herds that formed Don Quixote's army could be well seen, if the clouds of dust they raised did not disturb and blind their sight. But, with all this, seeing in his imagination what he neither saw nor was there, with a raised voice he began to say, "That knight you see there with the Jaldes arms, who brings a crowned lion on his shield, surrendered at the feet of a maiden, it is the valiant Laurcalco, lord of the silver bridge, the other of the weapons with the golden flowers, who bears on his shield 3 silver crowns on a blue field, is the feared Mycocolembo, Grand Duke of Quirosia, the other of the gigantic limbs, which is at his right hand, is the never fearful Brandabarbaron de Bolich, lord of the 3 Arabians, who comes armed with that snakeskin, and has a door for a shield that, according to fame, is one of those of the temple that Samson demolished, when with his death he took revenge on his enemies. But turn your eyes to this other side and you will see before and in front of another army the always victorious and never defeated Timonel de Carcajona, prince of Nueva Vizcaya, who comes armed with weapons divided into barracks, blue, green, white and yellow, and he has on his shield a gold cat in a fawn field, with a letter that says, Meow, which is the beginning of the name of his lady, who, according to what is said, is the peerless Miyulina, daughter of Duke Alfaniquen del Albibi, the other, who carries and oppresses the loins of that powerful Alfana, who brings weapons like white snow and white shield and without any company, is a novice knight, of French nation, named Pierre Papin, lord of the baronies of Utrecht, the other, who beats the flanks with the shod carcanos too. That painted and light zebra, and brings the weapons of the blue Veros, is the powerful Duke of Nerbia, Espartafilado del Bosque, who brings as a company on his shield an asparagus, with a letter in Spanish that reads like this: "Track my luck." And in this way he named many knights of both squadrons, which he imagined, and to all of them he gave their weapons, colors, companies and nicknames unexpectedly, taken from the imagination of his never-seen madness. And, without stopping, he continued saying, "This frontier squadron they form and make people from different nations. Here are those who drank the sweet waters of the famous Xanthus, the hilly ones that tread the Masilikos fields, those who sift the finest and smallest gold in happy Arabia, those who enjoy the famous and cool banks of the clear Thermodon, those who bleed the golden Pactolo through many and diverse routes, the Numidians, doubtful in their promises, the Persians, famous bows and arrows, the Parthians, the Medes, who fight while fleeing, the Arabs, of changeable houses, quotes them, as cruel as white, the Ethiopians, with pierced lips, and countless other nations, whose faces I know and see, although I do not remember their names. In this other squadron come those who drink the crystalline streams of olive-bearing Betis, those who smooth and polish their faces with the liquor of the always rich and golden Tagus, those who enjoy the beneficial waters of the divine Genel, those who step on the Tartessian fields, with abundant pastures, those who rejoice in the Elysee in Jerez meadows, the people from La Mancha, rich and crowned with blonde ears of corn, those dressed in iron, ancient relics of Gothic blood, those who bathe in Pisuerga, famous for the gentleness of its current, those who graze their cattle in the extensive pastures of the tortuous Guadiana, celebrated for its hidden course, those who tremble with the cold of the wild Pyrenees and with the white flakes of the lofty Apennines. Finally, how many? All of Europe itself contains and encloses. My God! And how many provinces did he say? How many nations did he name, giving each one, with marvelous alacrity, the attributes that belonged to it, all absorbed and soaked in what he had read in his lying books. Sancho Panza was hanging on his words, without speaking any, and, from time to time, he turned his head to see if he saw the knights and giants that his master named, and, as he did not discover any of them, he said to him, "Sir, I commend to the devil a man, neither a giant, nor a knight of those who your grace says appears for all this. At least, I don't see them. Maybe everything must be enchantment, like the ghosts last night." "How do you say that?" replied Don Quixote. "Can't you hear the neighing of horses, the playing of bugles, the noise of drums?" "I don't hear anything else," replied Sancho, "except a lot of bleating from sheep and rams." And that was the truth, because the two flocks were already getting close. "The fear you have," said Don Quixote, "makes you, Sancho, neither see nor hear right, because one of the effects of fear is to disturb the senses and make things not seem what they are, and if you are so afraid, withdraw to one side and leave me alone, for it is only enough to give victory to the party to whom I give my help." And, saying this, he put the spurs on Rocinante, and, putting the lance at the ready, he came down from the ridge like lightning. Sancho called out to him, saying, "Turn back, your grace." Señor Don Quixote, I vow to God that it's rams and sheep that you're going to attack. Return, unfortunate of the father who gave birth to me. What madness is this? Look, there is no giant, no knight, no cats, no weapons, no broken or whole shields, no blue or devilish eyes. What does he do? Sinner am I to God? Not even for those reasons did Don Quixote return. Before, in loud voices, he was saying, "Hey, gentlemen, those of you who follow and militate under the flags of the valiant Emperor Pentapolin of the rolled-up arm, follow me all. You will see how easily I give him revenge on his enemy Alifanfaron de la Trapabana." Saying this, he entered through the squadron of sheep, and began spearing them with as much courage and boldness as if he were really spearing his mortal enemies. The shepherds and ranchers who came with the herd yelled at him not to do that, but, seeing that they were not taking advantage, they untied their slings and began to salute his ears with stones like their fists. Don Quixote did not cure himself of stones. Before, running everywhere, he would say, "Where are you, superb Alifanfuon? Come to me, that I am only a gentleman, who wishes, from alone to alone, to test your strength and take your life, as a penalty for the one you give to the valiant Pentapolin Garamanta." He arrived at this a stream sugared almond, and, hitting it on one side, buried 2 ribs in the body. Seeing himself so battered, he undoubtedly believed that he was dead or badly wounded, and, remembering his liquor, he took out his flask and put it to his mouth, and began to pour liquor into his stomach. But, before he had finished packaging what seemed to him to be enough, another almond arrived and hit him in the hand and in the flask so full that he broke it into pieces, taking 3 or 4 teeth and molars from his mouth along the way, and badly crushing 2 fingers of the hand. Such was the first blow, and such the second, that the poor gentleman was forced to fall off his horse. The shepherds came to him and believed that they had killed him, and with great haste, they gathered up their cattle, and loaded up the carcasses, which exceeded 7, and, without finding out anything else, they left. All this time Sancho remained on the slope, looking at the crazy things that his mistress did to him, and he tore out his beard, cursing the hour and the point at which fortune had revealed itself to him. Seeing him, then, fallen on the ground, and that the shepherds had already left, he went down the slope and came up to him, and found him in a very bad state, although he had not lost consciousness, and said to him, "Didn't I tell you, Señor Don Quixote, that he should turn around, that those he was going to attack were not armies, but herds of sheep? How can that thief of the wise, my enemy, disappear and counteract? You know, Sancho, that it is very easy for those of us to make us seem what they want, and this malignant one who persecutes me, envious of the glory that he saw that I would achieve in this battle, has turned the squadrons of enemies into herds of sheep. If not, do one thing, Sancho, for my life, so that you are undeceived and see what I tell you to be true. Get on your donkey and follow them nicely, and you will see how, as they move a little away from here, they return to their first being, and, ceasing to be rams, they are full-fledged men, as I first painted them for you. But don't go now, I need your favor and help. Come to me and see how many molars and teeth I am missing. It seems to me that I have none left in my mouth." Sancho came so close that he almost put his eyes in his mouth, and it was just in time that he had already worked the balm on Don Quixote's stomach, and, as Sancho came to look at his mouth, he threw from himself, harder than a shotgun, everything he had inside, and with all of it hit the beard of the compassionate squire. "Santa Maria," said Sancho, "and what is this that has happened to me? No doubt this sinner is mortally wounded, for he vomits blood from his mouth." But, looking a little more at it, he saw in the color, taste and smell, that it was not blood, but rather the balm from the flask that he had seen him drink, and it was so disgusting that he took it. That, his stomach turning, he vomited up his guts on his own lord, and they were both like pearls. Sancho went to his donkey to get out of the saddlebags something to clean himself with and to treat his mistress, and, since he did not find them, he was about to lose his mind. He cursed himself again, and proposed in his heart to leave his mistress and return to his land, even if he lost the salary of the servants and the hopes of the government of the promised island. At this Don Quixote got up, and, placing his left hand in his mouth, lest his teeth would come out, with the other took hold of Rocinante's reins, who had never moved from his master's side. Such was he loyal and well-conditioned, and went to where his squire was, breasts on his donkey, with his hand on his cheek, in the guise of a pensive man as well. And, seeing Don Quixote in that manner, with signs of such sadness, he said to him, "Know, Sancho, that he is not one man more than another if he does not do more than another. All these storms that happen to us are signs that soon the weather will calm down and things will happen to us well, for neither good nor evil can last, and from this it follows that, having lasted a long time, good is near. So, you should not be upset by the misfortunes that happen to me, because you do not have part of them." "How not?" answered Sancho. "By any chance, the one who was blanketed yesterday, was he any other than my father's son? And the saddlebags that I am missing today, with all my jewels, are they from another than the same?" "What? Are you missing from the saddlebags, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Yes, they are missing," answered Sancho. "So we don't have anything to eat today," Don Quixote replied. "That would be," replied Sancho, "when the herbs that your grace says you know are lacking in these meadows, with which unfortunate knights-errant like your grace usually make up for such lacks." "With all that," replied Don Quixote, "now I would eat a quart of bread more readily, or a loaf and 2 heads of herring sardines, than all the herbs Dioscorides describes, even if it were illustrated by Dr. Laguna. But, with all this, get on your donkey, Sancho the Good, and come after me. That God, who is the provider of all things, will not lack us, and even more so walking in his service as we walk, since he does not lack the mosquitoes of the air, nor the worms of the earth, nor the tadpoles of the water, and he is so pious that he makes his sun rise on the good and the bad, and it rains on the unjust and the just." "Your grace was better," said Sancho, "for a preacher than for a knight-errant." "Knights-errant knew and must know everything, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "because there was a knight-errant in the past centuries. That was how he separated himself from giving a sermon or talk, in the middle of a real field, as if he had been graduated by the University of Paris, from which it is inferred that the spear never blunt the feather, nor the feather the spear." "Now, be it as your grace says," answered Sancho, "let's get out of here now, and let's find a place to stay tonight, and God willing it be in a place where there are no mantas, no mantiadors, no ghosts, and no enchanted moors, that if there are, I will give the devil the herd and the doodle." "Ask God for it, son," said Don Quixote, "and guide you wherever you want, for this time I want to leave it to your choice to lodge us. But give me your hand here and hold me with your finger, and take a good look at how many teeth and molars I'm missing on the right side of my upper jaw, because that's where I feel the pain." Sancho inserted his fingers and, tempting him, said, "How many molars did your grace use to have in this part?" "4," replied Don Quixote, "out of the caudal, all of them whole and very healthy." "Look carefully at what you say, sir," replied Sancho. "I say 4, if it were not 5, replied Don Quixote, "because in all my life no tooth or tooth has been taken out of my mouth, nor have I fallen out or eaten because of negation or rheumatism." "Well, in this lower part," said Sancho, "your grace has no more than 2.5 molars, and in the upper part, neither a half nor any, since everything is smooth as the palm of your hand." "No. Luck me," said Don Quixote, hearing the sad news that his squire was giving him. "I wish they had knocked off one of my arms, except the one with the sword. Because I let you know, Sancho, that a mouth without millstones is like a mill without a stone, and a tooth is to be valued at much more than a diamond. But those of us who profess the narrow order of chivalry are subject to all this. Get on, friend, and guide, and I will follow you at the pace you want." Sancho did so, and he headed toward where he thought he could find shelter, without leaving the main road, which went that way very often. Going away, then, little by little, because the pain in Don Quixote's jaws would not allow him to calm down or to hurry, Sancho wanted to entertain and amuse her by saying something to her, and among others that he told him, it was what will be said in the following chapter. "My lord, all these misadventures that have befallen us these days have undoubtedly been a penalty for the sin committed by your grace against the order of your chivalry, not having fulfilled the oath you swore not to eat bread on tablecloths or with the Queen Folga, with everything that follows from this, and your grace swore to comply, until you remove that helmet of Malandrino, or as the Moor is called, which I do not remember well." "You are quite right, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but, to tell you the truth, it had passed from my memory, and you can also take it for certain that because of the fault of not having remembered it in time, the thing about the blanket happened to you. But I will make the amendment, what ways are there of composition in the order of chivalry for everything?" "Well, did I swear something, by chance?" Sancho answered. "It doesn't matter that you haven't sworn," said Don Quixote, "it's enough that I understand that you're not very sure of the participants, and, yes or no, it won't be a bad thing to provide us with a remedy." "Well, if that's the case," said Sancho, "take care, your grace, don't forget this again, like the oath. Perhaps the ghosts will want to enjoy themselves with me again, and even with your grace if they see you so obstinate." In these and other talks the knight took them in the middle of the road, without having or discovering where that night they were withdrawn, and what was not good about it was that they starved to death. That, with the lack of the saddlebags, they lacked all the pantry and matelotage. And, to finish confirming this misfortune, an adventure happened to them that, without any artifice, truly seemed so. And it was that the night closed with some darkness. But, with all this, they walked, Sancho believing that, since that road was real, 1 or 2 leagues away, in good reason, he would find some sail on it. Going, then, in this way, the dark knight, the hungry squire and the master wanting to eat, saw that a great multitude of lights were coming towards them along the same path they were going, which seemed nothing more than moving stars. Sancho was astonished at seeing them, and Don Quixote did not have them all with him. One pulled the halter on his donkey, and the other by the reins on his horse, and they remained looking attentively at what that could be, and they saw that the lights were getting closer to them, and the closer they got, the bigger they seemed. At whose sight Sancho began to tremble like a quicksilver, and the hairs on his head stood up on Don Quixote's head, who, cheering up a little, said, "This, without a doubt, Sancho, must be a very great and dangerous adventure, where it will be necessary for me to show all my courage and effort." "Unfortunate me," answered Sancho, "if perhaps this adventure were one of ghosts, as it seems to me. Where will there be ribs that suffer it? No matter how many ghosts they are," said Don Quixote, "I will not consent to their touching the hair of your clothes. If they made fun of you the other time, it was because I couldn't jump over the walls of the corral, but now we're out in the open, where I can wield my sword however I want. And if they enchant him and make them numb, as they did the other time," said Sancho, "what's the use of being in the open field or not?" "With all that," replied Don Quixote, "I beg you, Sancho, to be in good spirits, for experience will show you what I am." "Yes, I will, if it pleases God," answered Sancho. And, the two moving aside to the side of the road, they returned to look attentively at what those walking lights could be, and from then on they discovered many men in shirts, whose fearful sight completely finished off the spirit of Sancho Panza, who began to shake his teeth, like someone who is cold from quartana, and the beating and flashing grew even more when they clearly saw what it was, because they discovered up to 20 men in shirts, all on horseback, with their flaming axes in their hands. Behind them came a litter covered in mourning, followed by 6 others on horseback, mourning up to the feet of the mules. How well they saw that they were not horses in the calm with which they walked. The jackets went murmuring among themselves, with a low and compassionate voice. This strange vision, at such hours and in such a deserted place, was enough to put fear in the heart of Sancho, and even in that of his mistress, and so it was with regard to Don Quixote, for Sancho had already made it through with all his effort. The opposite happened to his mistress, who at that point was represented in his imagination to the vivid that this was one of the adventures of his books. He imagined that the litter was a litter where some badly wounded or dead gentleman must go, whose revenge was reserved for him alone, and, without making another speech, he rigged his sand eel, stood upright in the saddle, and with gentle spirit and self-confidence stood in the middle of the path where those in jackets had to pass, and when he saw them close he raised his voice and said, "Stop, gentlemen, or whoever you are, and tell me who you are, where you come from, where you are going, what you carry on those litters, that, according to the evidence, either you have done, or you have done, some mischief, and it is appropriate and necessary for me to know, either to punish you for the evil you did, or to avenge yourself on the one-eyed man they did to you." "We're going in a hurry," replied one of the men in shirts, "and the inn is far away, and we can't stop to give as much account as you ask." And, stinging the mule, he went ahead. Don Quixote was greatly shocked by this answer, and, locking the bridle, said, "Stop and be more civil, and tell me what I have asked you. If not, with me you are all in battle." It was the astonishing mule, and when he took it by the bridle, it was frightened in such a way that, getting up on its feet, it hit its owner by the haunches on the ground. A young man who was on foot, seeing the man in a shirt fall, began to insult Don Quixote, who, already enraged, without waiting any longer, rigging his spear, attacked one of the mourners and, badly wounded, hit him on the ground. And, revolting for the rest, it was something to see with the alacrity that attacked and disrupted them. It only seemed that at that moment Rocinante had grown wings, as he walked lightly and proudly. All those in shirts were fearful people without weapons, and easily, in a moment they left the fray and began to run through that field with flaming axes, who seemed nothing more than those in masks who on a night of rejoicing and partying they run. Those in mourning, likewise, scrambled and wrapped in their skirts, and wolves could not move, so, very safe, Don Quixote beat them all and made them leave the place badly, because they all thought that he was not a man, but a devil from hell who came out to take away the dead body that they were carrying on the litter. Sancho looked at everything, amazed at the ardor of his lord, and said to himself, "Without a doubt this master of mine is as brave and strong as he says." There was a burning axe on the ground, next to the one who first felled the mule, by whose light Don Quixote could see him, and, approaching him, he put the point of the spear in his face, telling him to surrender. If not, that would kill him. To which the fallen man replied, "I'm exhausted, because I can't move, I have a broken leg. I beg your grace, if he is a Christian gentleman, not to kill me, that he will commit a great sacrilege. That I am licensed and have first orders." "Well, who the devil brought you here?" said Don Quixote, "since you are a man of the church?" "Who, sir?" replied the fallen man. "My misfortune." "Well, a greater one threatens you," said Don Quixote, "if you do not satisfy me with all that I first asked you." "Your grace will be satisfied with ease," replied the lawyer, "and thus, your grace will know that, although before I said that I had a degree, I am only a bachelor, and my name is Alonso Lopez. I am from Alcobendas. I come from the city of Baeza with 11 other priests, who are the ones who fled with the axes. We are going to the city of Segovia accompanying a dead body, which is on that litter, which belongs to a gentleman who died in Baeza, where he was deposited, and now, as I say, we took his bones to his grave, which is in Segovia, where he is from." "And who killed him?" asked Don Quixote. "God, by means of some pestilential fevers they gave him," replied the bachelor. "Unfortunately," said Don Quixote, "our Lord has removed me from the task that I would have to take to avenge his death if someone else had killed him. But, having killed him who killed him, there is nothing but silence and shrug your shoulders, because I would do the same if I killed myself. And I want your reverence to know that I am a knight of La Mancha, called Don Quixote, and it is my job and exercise to go around the world righting wrongs and righting grievances." "I don't know how it can be to straighten one-eyed," said the bachelor, "because you have made me one-eyed by right, leaving me a broken leg, which will not be seen straight in all the days of his life. And the wrong that you have done to me has been to leave me wronged in such a way that I will remain wronged forever. And it has been a great misfortune to run into you, who are looking for adventures." "Not all things," replied Don Quixote, "happen in the same way. The damage was, Mr. Bachelor Alonso Lopez, in coming, as you did, at night, dressed in those surplices, with lit axes, praying, covered in mourning, which really resembled something evil and from another world, and so I could not stop fulfilling my obligation attacking you, and I did attack you even though I truly knew that you were the least Satan of hell, for such I judged you and always had. Since my luck has wanted it that way," said the bachelor, "I beg your grace, gentleman errant, what a bad turn it has given me. Help me get out from under this mule, which has caught my leg." between the shoulders, stirrup and saddle. I will speak for tomorrow, said Don Quixote. And how long did you wait to tell me your eagerness? He then called for Sancho Panza to come, but he was not cured of coming, because he was busy plundering a spare mule that those good gentlemen brought, well stocked with things to eat. Sancho made a sack out of his overcoat and, collecting as much as he could and that fit in the sack, loaded his donkey, and then went to the voices of his mistress and helped to free the lord bachelor from the oppression of the mule. And, putting him on top of it, he gave him the axe, and Don Quixote told him to continue the defeat of his companions, to whom on his part he should ask pardon for the wrong, since it had not been in his power to stop having made. Sancho also said to him, if by chance those gentlemen want to know who was the valor who made him so, your grace will tell them that it is the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, who by another name is called the Knight of the Sad Face. With this, the bachelor left, and Don Quixote asked Sancho what had prompted him to call him the Knight of the Sad Countenance, more then than ever. I'll tell him, replied Sancho, because I've been looking at him for a while in the light of that axe that scoundrel carries, and truly your grace has the worst figure, recently here, that I've ever seen, and it must have caused it, either because of the weariness of this combat, or because of the lack of molars and teeth. Feats. It will have seemed to him that it would be good for me to take some appellative name, as all the knights of the past did. Which one was called the one with the burning sword? Which one? That of the unicorn. That one, of the maidens. This one, the one with the phoenix bird. The other, the knight of the griffin. This other, that of death, and by these names and insignia they were known throughout the roundness of the earth. And sir, I say that the wise man already mentioned will have put you on the tongue and in the thought now that you called me the Knight of the Sad Face, as I intend to call myself from now on, and so that such a name fits me better, I determine to have a very sad figure painted on my shield, when there is room for it. There is no reason to spend time and money making that figure, said Sancho, but what has to be done is that your grace discover yours and give a face to those who look at it, that, without further ado, and without another image or shield, they will call him the one of the sad figure, and believe me that I am telling you the truth, because I promise your grace, sir, and this is said in jest, that hunger and lack of teeth make you so angry that, as I have already said, you can very well excuse yourself. The sad painting Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's grace, but, nevertheless, he proposed to call himself by that name, being able to paint his coat of arms, or buckler, as he had imagined. At this the bachelor returned and said to Don Quixote, I forgot to say that your grace warns that you are discommunicated for having placed your hands violently on something sacred, juxta illud. C. Quis suadente diabolo, etc. I don't understand that Latin, replied Don Quixote, but I know very well that I didn't put my hands, but this spear. What's more, I didn't think I offended priests or things of the church, whom I respect and adore as a Catholic and faithful Christian that I am, but rather ghosts and vestigals of the other world, and, when that was the case, I have in my memory what happened to the Cid Diaz, when he broke the chair of that king's ambassador before His Holiness the Pope, for which he discommunicated him, and that day the good Rodrigo de Live as a very honest and brave knight. When the bachelor heard this, he left, as has been said, without saying a word to him. Don Quixote wanted to see if the body that came in the litter was bones or not, but Sancho did not consent, saying to him, "Sir, your grace has finished this dangerous adventure in the most safe way. Of all that I have seen, these people, although defeated, could realize that only one person defeated them, and, embarrassed by this, they came back to rebuild and look for us, and give us what to understand. The donkey is as it should, the mountain close, hunger loads, there is nothing to do but retire with a gentle rhythm of feet, and, as they say, the dead go to the grave and the living to the loaf." And, taking up his donkey, he begged his lord to follow him, who, thinking that Sancho was right, without replying again, followed him. And, after a little distance that they walked between two mountains, they found themselves in a spacious and hidden valley, where they dismounted, and Sancho relieved the donkey, and, stretched out on the green grass, with the source of his hunger, they ate lunch, snacked, and dined at the same point, satisfying their stomachs with more than one lunchbox than the clerics of the deceased. That few sometimes they let it go wrong on the mule of their spare they brought. But another misfortune happened to them, which Sancho considered the worst of all, and it was that they had no wine to drink, not even water to reach their mouths, and, harassed by thirst, said Sancho, seeing that the meadow where they were was full of green and small grass, which will be said in the next chapter. Famous knight in the world, like the one that the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha finished off. It's not possible, my lord, except that these grasses bear witness that there must be some spring or stream near here that these grasses moisten, and sir, it will be good if we go a little further. That we will already find where we can mitigate this terrible thirst that tires us, which, without a doubt, causes more pain than hunger. Don Quixote agreed with the advice, and, taking Rocinante by the rein, and Sancho by the halter to his donkey, after putting on it the reliefs that remained from dinner, they began to walk up the meadow feeling their way, because the darkness of the night did not allow them to see anything. They had not gone 200 steps, however, when they heard a great noise of water, as if it were falling from some great and high cliffs. The noise made him very happy, and, stopping to listen from which side it sounded, they heard another roar at the wrong time, which dampened their contentment with the water, especially Sancho, who was naturally timid and low-spirited. I'm saying that they heard some blows to the beat, with a certain creaking of irons and chains, which, accompanied by the furious roar of the water, would put fear in any heart other than Don Quixote's. It was night, as has been said, dark, and they managed to enter among some tall trees, whose leaves, moved by the soft wind, made a fearful and meek noise, so that the solitude, the location, the darkness, the noise of the water with the rustle of the leaves, all caused horror and fright, and more so when they saw that neither the blows stopped, nor the wind slept, nor the morning arrived. Adding to all this the ignorance of the place where they were. But Don Quixote, accompanied by his intrepid heart, leaped at Rocinante, and, clutching his buckler, snapped his spear and said, "Sancho friend, you must know that I was born by the will of heaven, in this iron age of ours, to resurrect in her the Golden One, or the Golden One, as it is usually called. I am the one for whom dangers are kept, great feats, courageous deeds. I am, I say again, the one who will resurrect those of the Round Table, the 12 of France and the 9 of Fame, and the one who will put into oblivion the Platires, the Tablants, Olivants and Tirantes, the Phoebos and Belianizers, with all the troop of famous knights errant of the past, doing in this time in which I find myself such greatness, strangeness and feats of arms, that obscure the clearest ones that they made. Note well, faithful and legal squire, the darkness of this night, its strange silence, the deaf and confused roar of these trees, the fearful noise of that water in whose search we come, which seems to fall and collapse from the high mountains of the moon. And that incessant beating that hurts us and hurts our ears, which things, all together and each one by itself, are enough to instill fear and horror in the chest of Mars himself, especially in him who is not used to such events and adventures. Well, all this that I paint for you are incentives and alarm clocks for my spirit, which already makes my heart burst in my chest, with the desire it has to undertake this adventure, no matter how difficult it is. So, tighten Rocinant's girths a little and stay for God, and wait for me here no more than 3 days, in which, if I don't return, you can return to our village, and from there, to do me a favor and a good deed, you will go to Toboso, where you will tell my incomparable lady Dulcinea that her captive knight died for committing things that would make him worthy to be called hers. When Sancho heard his master's words, he began to cry with the greatest tenderness in the world and said to him, "Sir, I don't know why your grace wants to undertake this fearful adventure. Now it's night. No one can see us here. Okay. We can twist the road and stray from danger, even if we don't drink for 3 days, and, since there is no one who sees us, there will be less who will notice us as cowards. What's more, I've heard the priest of our place preach, which your grace knows well, that whoever seeks danger perishes in it, so, it is not good to tempt God by undertaking such an outrageous act, where he cannot escape except by a miracle. And what heaven has done with your grace is enough to free him from being blanketed, as I was, and to bring him out victorious, free and safe from so many enemies as they accompanied the deceased. And, when all this does not move or soften that hard heart, move it to think and believe that as soon as your grace will have left here, when I, out of fear, give my soul to whoever wants to take it. I left my land and left children and a wife to come serve your grace, believing that I was worth more and not less, but, as Kudisha breaks the sack, it has dashed my hopes, because when I had them most alive to reach that black and ill-fated island that your grace has promised me so many times, I see that, in payment and barter for it, you want me now leave in a place so far removed from human treatment. For only one God, my Lord, that I do not do such a mess, and since your grace does not want to desist from undertaking this act at all, delay it, at least, until morning. That, from what the science that I learned when I was a shepherd shows me, there should not be 3 hours from here to dawn, because the mouth of the horn is above the head, and it is midnight in the line of the arm left. How can you, Sancho, said Don Quixote, see where that line is made, or where that mouth is, or that mouth that you speak of, if the night is so dark that no star appears in the whole sky? That's right, said Sancho, but fear has many eyes and sees things under the ground, how much more up in the sky? Since, by good speech, it can be understood that there is little from here to date. No matter what is missing, replied Don Quixote, that it must not be said for me, now or at any time, that tears and pleas kept me from doing what I had to do in the style of a gentleman, and sir, I beg you, Sancho, to be silent, that God, who has put me in the heart to undertake now this so unseen and so fearful adventure, will take care to look after my health and console your sadness. What you have to do is tighten Rocinant's straps well and stay here, and I'll turn around soon, either dead or alive. Seeing, then, the last resolution of his mistress and how little his tears, advice, and prayers were worth to him, he determined to take advantage of his industry and make him wait until daylight, if he could. And thus, when he was tightening the horse's girths, beautifully and without being felt, he tied both of Rocinante's feet with the halter of his ass, so that when Don Quixote wanted to leave, he could not, because the horse could not move except at speed jumps. Seeing Sancho Panza the good success of his lie, he said, "Come on, sir, that heaven, moved by my tears and prayers, has ordered that Rocinante not be able to move, and if you want to be persistent, and spur, and hit him, it will be to anger fortune and kick, as they say, against the goad." Don Quixote despaired of this, and the more he put his legs on the horse, the less he could move it, and, without noticing the ligature, he had the goodwill to calm down and wait, either for dawn or for Rocinante to move, believing, without a doubt, that this came from somewhere other than Sancho's industry, and so he said to him, "Well, that's right, Sancho, Rocinante can't move, I'm content to wait for dawn to laugh, even if I cry as long as it takes to come." "There's no need to cry," replied Sancho, "I'll keep your grace entertained by telling stories from here today, unless you want to get out and lie down to sleep a little on the green grass, like knights errant, to find yourself more rested when the day comes and ready to undertake this unlikable adventure that awaits you. What do you call getting off, or what do you call sleeping?" said Don Quixote. "Am I, by chance, one of those gentlemen who take rest in danger? Sleep you. You were born to sleep, or do what you want, and I'll do what I see that comes best with my claim." "Don't be angry, your grace, my lord," answered Sancho, "for that reason I didn't say it." And, going up to him, he placed one hand on the forearm and the other on the other, so that he was embraced by his master's left thigh, without daring to remove a finger from him, such was the fear he had of blows, which still alternately sounded. Don Quixote told him to tell a story to entertain him, as he had promised, to which Sancho said that he would do so if the fear of what he heard left him. "But, with all that, I will strive to tell a story that, if I succeed in telling it and they don't come to my hand, is the best of stories, and your grace be attentive to me. I'm starting. Once upon a time, the good that comes for everyone is, and the evil, for whoever goes looking for it. And note your grace, my lord, that the principle that the ancients gave to their councils was not like that, which was a sentence of Cato Zonzarino, Roman, which says, and evil, for whoever goes looking for it, which comes here like a glove, so that your grace stays and does not go looking for evil in nowhere, but that we turn by another path, because no one forces us to follow this one, where so many fears startle us." "Go on with your story, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and leave the care of the path we have to follow to me. I am saying, then," continued Sancho, "that in a place in Estremadura there was a goatherd. I mean that he kept goats, which shepherd or goatherd, as I say, in my story, was called Lope Ruiz, and this Lope Ruiz was in love with a shepherdess named Torralba, which shepherdess named Torralba was the daughter of a rich rancher, and this rich rancher—" "If you tell your story the wrong way, Sancho," said Don Quixote, repeating what you are saying twice, "you will not finish it in 2 days. Say it immediately and tell it like a man of understanding, and if not, say nothing." "In the same way that I tell it," replied Sancho, "all the counsels are told in my land, and I don't know how to tell it in any other way, nor is it right for your grace to ask me to make new uses." "Say as you wish," answered Don Quixote, "that, as luck would have it, I can't stop listening to you. Continue." "So, my lord of my soul," continued Sancho, "as I have already said, this shepherd was in love with Torralba, the shepherdess, who was a plump, Zaharine girl and something of a manliness, because she had a few of whiskers, that it seems that now I see it." "Then, did you know her?" said Don Quixote. "I didn't know it myself," answered Sancho, "but whoever told me this story told me that it was so true and true that when I told it to another, I could well affirm and swear that I had seen it. All. So, days going and days coming, the devil, who does not sleep and who ruins everything, made it so that the love that the shepherd had for the shepherdess turned into omisio and ill will. And the cause of it was, according to gossip, a certain amount of solilos that she gave him, such that they crossed the line and reached the forbidden, and it was so much that the shepherd hated her. From then on that, not to see her, he wanted to leave that land and go where her eyes would never see her. La Torralba, who found herself scorned by Lope, later loved him well, more than she had ever loved him. That is the natural condition of women, said Don Quixote, to disdain those who love them and love those who hate them. Go ahead, Sancho. It happened, said Sancho, that the shepherd put his determination into action, and, taking his goats before him, he headed through the fields of Estremadura, to go to the kingdoms of Portugal. La Torralba, who found out about it, went after him, and followed him on foot and barefoot from afar, with a staff in her hand and with some saddlebags around her neck, where, according to fame, she carried a piece of mirror and another of a comb. And I don't know what little bottle of changes for the face, but, whatever he took, I don't want to get into finding out now. I will only say that they say that the shepherd arrived with his cattle to cross the Guadiana River, and at that time it was grown and almost out of mother, and on the part that when he arrived, there was no boat, and no one could pass him or his cattle from the other side, which made him very upset, because he saw that Torralba was coming very close and it would make him very sad with her prayers and tears. But he kept looking around so much that he saw a fisherman who had a boat next to him, so small that only one person and one goat could fit in it, and, with all this, she spoke to him and arranged with him that he pass over to him and 300 goats that she had. The fisherman entered the boat, and a goat passed by. He returned, and another passed. He returned to return, and another happened again. Keep your grace in mind the goats that the fisherman passes by, because if one is lost from memory, the story will end and it will not be possible to tell another word about it. I go on, then, and say that the landing stage on the other side was full of mud and slippery, and it took the fisherman a long time to go and return. With all this, he returned for another goat, and another, and another. Remember that he passed 'em all, said Don Quixote. Don't go back and forth in this way, you won't finish passing 'em all in a year. How many have passed so far? Sancho said. What the hell do I know? Replied Don Quixote. Here is what I said, that he had a good account. Well, by God, the story is over, there's no going on. How can that be? Replied Don Quixote. Is it so essential to the story to know the goats that have passed, by far, that if one of the numbers is wrong, you cannot continue with the story? No, sir, in no way, answered Sancho, because just as I asked your grace to tell me how many goats had passed and she replied that she did not know, at that very moment everything I had left to say went out of my memory, and I believe that it was very virtue and content. So, said Don Quixote, is the story over? She is as finished as my mother, said Sancho. Truly tell you, replied Don Quixote, that you have told one of the most recent pieces of advice, tale or history, that no one in the world could have thought of, and that such a way of telling it, or leaving it, will never be seen, nor will it have been seen in a lifetime, although I did not expect anything else from your good discourse. But I am not amazed, because perhaps these blows, which do not stop, must have disturbed your understanding. Anything can be, replied Sancho, but I know that there is nothing more to say about my story, that the mistake of counting the passage of the goats begins there. Let Norabuena end where you want, said Don Quixote, and let's see if Rocinante can move. He put his legs back on, and he jumped again and stayed still, he was so well tied. In this, it seems that either the cold of the morning, which was already coming, or that Sancho had dined some lenitive things, or that it was a natural thing, which is what one must believe came to him willingly, and desire to do what another could not do for him. But the fear that had entered his heart was so great that he did not dare move a black finger from his mistress. Well, thinking of not doing what he wanted was not possible either, and so, what he did, for the sake of peace, was to release his right hand, which he had grasped at the rear saddle, with which, beautifully and without any noise, he released the sliding loop with which the breeches were held, without the help of another one, and when he took it off, they immediately fell down and remained like shackles. After this, he lifted the shirt as best he could and exposed both buttocks, which were not very small. Having done this, which he thought was the most he had to do to get out of that terrible predicament and anguish, another greater one came over him, which was that it seemed to him that he could not move without making noise, and he began to clench his teeth and to shrug his shoulders, drawing in his breath as much as he could. But, with all these diligences, he was so unfortunate that, after all, he came to make a little noise, very different from the one that made him so afraid. Don Quixote heard it and said, "What rumor is that, Sancho?" "I don't know, sir," he replied. "Something new must be, that adventures and misadventures never start small." He tried his luck again, and it happened so well that, with no more noise or uproar than in the past, he found himself free of the burden that had given him so much grief. But since Don Quixote's sense of smell was as keen as that of hearing, and Sancho was so close and sewn with him that the vapors rose almost in a straight line, there could be no excuse that some of them did not reach the nose of the, and, hardly had they arrived, when he went to help, squeezing them between his two fingers, and, with a somewhat twangy tone, he said, "It seems to me, Sancho, that you are very afraid. But, how does your grace see it now more than ever?" "Because now more than ever you smell, and not of amber," replied Don Quixote. "It may well be," said Sancho, "but it's not my fault, it's your grace, who brings me at odd times and by these unusual steps." "Retire 3 or 4 there, friend," said Don Quixote, all this without removing his fingers from his nose, "and from here on out, take more account of yourself and what you owe to mine, that the much conversation I have with you has engendered this contempt." "I'll bet," replied Sancho, "that your grace thinks I've done something to myself that I shouldn't." "It's worse to shake it off, friend Sancho," replied Don Quixote. Master and young man spent the night in these colloquiums and similar ones. But, Sancho seeing that morning was drawing near as he walked, he cautiously untied Rocinante and tied his breeches. as Rocinante was freed, although he himself was not spirited at all, it seems that he resented it, and began to slap his hands, because corvettes, with your pardon, I didn't know how to make them. Don Quixote, seeing, then, that Rocinante was already moving, he took it as a good sign, and he believed that it was a good sign that he should undertake that fearful adventure. At this point he finished discovering dawn and things appearing differently, and Don Quixote saw that he was among some tall trees, which were chestnut trees, which cast a very dark shade. He also felt that the knocking did not stop, but he did not see who could cause it, and without further ado, he made Rocinante feel his spurs, and, taking his leave of Sancho again, ordered him to wait there for 3 days, at the longest, as he had already told him, and that, if he had not returned at the end of them, he would have it as certain that God had been served, that in that dangerous adventure his days would come to an end. He returned to refer him to the message and embassy that he had to take from him to his lady Dulcinea, and that, as regards the payment for his services, he should not be sorry, because he had left his will made before he left his place, where he would be rewarded with everything related to his salary, rat by quantity, of the time he had served, but that if God took him out of that danger safe and sound and without caution, he could take his promised island as more than certain. Again Sancho wept again, hearing again the pitiful reasons of his good master, and determined not to leave him until the last transit and end of that business. To be well born, and, at least, an old Christian, whose feeling touched his master somewhat, but not so much that he showed any weakness. Before, hiding it as best he could, he began to walk towards the part where he thought the noise of the water and the knocking was coming from. Sancho followed him on foot, leading, as was his custom, by the halter his donkey, a perpetual companion of his prosperous and adverse fortunes, and, having walked a good piece among those chestnut trees and shady trees, they came upon a little meadow that was made at the foot of some high rocks, from which a huge stream of water precipitated. At the foot of the rocks, there were some poorly built houses, which looked more like building ruins than houses, from among which they noticed that the noise and thunder of that blow was coming out, which still did not stop. Rocinante was agitated by the roar of the water and the blows, and Don Quixote, calming him down, gradually approached the houses, commending himself wholeheartedly to his mistress, begging her to favor him on that fearful journey and undertaking, and on the way he also entrusted himself to God, that he not forget him. Sancho was not leaving his side, stretching his neck as much as he could and looking between Rocinante's legs, to see if he would see what was so suspenseful and fearful. They would have walked another 100 paces, when, turning at one end, the same cause seemed to be discovered and evident, without it being able to be another, of that horrifying and for them frightening noise, which had kept them so suspended and fearful all night. And they were, if you haven't, O reader, out of sorrow and anger, 6 fulling mallets, which with their alternate blows made that noise. When Don Quixote saw what it was, he fell silent and was astonished from top to bottom. Sancho looked at him, and he saw that he had his head bowed on his chest, with signs of being drunk. Don Quixote also looked at Sancho, and saw that his cheeks were swollen and his mouth was full of laughter, with obvious signs of wanting to burst out with it, and his melancholy could not overcome him so much that, at the sight of Sancho, he could stop laughing. And when Sancho saw that his mistress had begun, he released his grip in such a way that he had to clench his flanks with his fists so as not to burst laughing. 4 times he calmed down, and as many times he returned to his laughter with the same impetus as before, of which Don Quixote was already given to the devil, and even more so when he heard him say, as if by way of snooping, "You must know, O friend Sancho, that I was born, by the will of heaven, in our age of iron, to revive in it the gilt, or gold. I am the one for whom dangers are kept, great deeds, valiant deeds." And here he went repeating all or most of the reasons that Don Quixote said the first time they heard the fearful blows. Seeing, then, that Sancho was making fun of him, Don Quixote ran away and was so enraged that he raised the spear and planted 2 sticks in it, such that if he received them on the back, as he received them on the head, he would be free to pay his salary, if not to his heirs. Sancho, seeing that he was getting such bad feelings out of his taunts, fearing that his mistress would not go any further in him, he very humbly said to her, "Calm down, your grace. That, by God, that I mock." "Well, because you are mocking, I am not mocking," replied Don Quixote. "Come here, merry gentlemen. Do you think that if, like these were fuller's mallets, they were another dangerous adventure, had I not shown the courage to undertake and end it? Am I obliged, fortunately, being a gentleman as I am, to know and distinguish the sounds and to know which ones are fuller's or not? And more, that it could be, as is true, that I have not seen them in my life, as you have seen them, as the villainous villain that you are, raised and born among them. If not, make these 6 mallets turn into 6 jayans, and throw them into my beards one by one, or all together, and when I don't turn all of them upside down, make fun of me as you want." "There's no more, my lord," replied Sancho, "for I confess that I've been a bit too cheerful. But tell me, your grace, now that we are at peace, even if God takes you out of all the adventures that happen to you as safe and sound as this one has taken you, hasn't it been something to laugh about, and it is something to tell, the great fear that we have had? At least, the one I had. I already know that you don't know him, nor does he know what fear or fright is." "I do not deny," answered Don Quixote, "that what has happened to us is not something worthy of laughter, but it is not worth telling, that not all people are so discreet that they know how to put things right." "At least," replied Sancho, "your grace knew how to point the spear, aiming at my head and hitting me in the back, thank God, and the diligence I put into tilting. But wow, everything will come out in the wash. That I have heard say, that one loves you well, that he makes you cry, and more, that the main lords usually, after a bad word they say to a servant, then give him a pair of hose. Although I don't know what they usually give him after beating him, it's not that knights errant beat islands or kingdoms on the mainland. The dice could roll sich," said Don Quixote, "that everything you say came to be true, and forgive what happened, because you are discreet and you know that the first movements are not in the hands of man, and he is warned about one thing from now on, so that you refrain and report talking too much with me. For in all the books of chivalry I have read, which are infinite, I have never found that no squire talked as much with his lord as you did with yours. And in truth I greatly miss it, yours and mine. Yours, in that you esteem me so little; mine, in that I do not let myself be estimated in more. Yes, that Gandalin, squire of Amadis de Gaula, was count of the Firm Island, and it is read about him who always spoke to the lady about him with his cap in hand, his head bowed and his body bent. More turquesco. Well, what shall we say about Gasable, Don Galaor's squire, who was so silent that, to declare to us the excellence of his marvelous silence, his name is only mentioned once in all that history as great as it is true. From all that I have said, you must infer, Sancho, that it is necessary to make a difference between master and lad, lord and servant, and knight from squire. So, from now on, we have to treat each other with more respect, without giving each other a hard time, because, whatever way I get angry with you, it must be bad for the picture. The favors and benefits that I have promised you will arrive at his time, and if they do not arrive, the salary, at least, must not be lost, as I have already told you. What your grace says is fine, said Sancho, but I would like to know, just in case the time for the favors did not arrive and it was necessary to resort to the wages, how much a squire earned from a knight-errant in those days, and if they agreed for months, or for days, like bricklayers. I do not believe, replied Don Quixote, that these squires were never paid, but rather at mercy. And if I have now pointed out to you in the closed will that I left in my house, it was because of what could happen. I still do not know how chivalry proves itself in these calamitous times of ours, and I would not want my soul to suffer for little things in the other world. Because I want you to know, Sancho, that in it there is no state more dangerous than that of adventurers. This is true, said Sancho, because only the noise of the fulling hammer could agitate and unsettle the heart of such a courageous andante adventurer as your graces. But you can be sure that from here on out, I will not display my lips to make grace about your grace's things, if it were not to honor you, as my natural lord and master. That way, replied Don Quixote, you will live on the face of the earth, because, after parents, masters must be respected as if they were. 21 Chapter dealing with the high adventure and rich gain of Mambrino's helmet. Along with other things that happened to our invincible knight at this point, it began to rain a little, and Sancho would like them to go into the fulling mill, but Don Quixote had received such hatred from them because of the heavy mockery that he in no way wanted to go inside, and turning the path to the right hand, they found another like the one they had taken the day before. A little while later, Don Quixote discovered a man on horseback, who was wearing something on his head that glittered as if it were made of gold, and he had scarcely seen it when he turned to Sancho and said, "It seems to me, Sancho, that there is no proverb that is not true, because they are all sentences drawn from the same experience, mother of all sciences, especially the one that says, where one door closes, another opens. I say this because if luck closed the door of the one we were looking for last night, deceiving us with the fulling mills, now another one opens wide for us. For another better and more certain adventure. If I don't manage to enter through it, it will be my fault, without being able to give it to the little news of fulling mills or to the darkness of the night. I say this because, if I am not mistaken, someone is coming towards us wearing Mambrino's helmet on his head, on which I swore the oath that you know. Look carefully at what you say, and better what you do, said Sancho. I wouldn't want it to be other fulling mills who have finished fulling and beating us to our senses. Valet the devil for a man, replied Don Quixote. What goes from helmet to fulling mills? I don't know anything, answered Sancho. But, in my faith, if I could talk as much as I used to, perhaps I would give such reasons that your grace would see that you are deceiving yourself in what you say. How can I deceive myself in what I say, scrupulous traitor? Said Don Quixote. Tell me, don't you see that knight who is coming towards us, on a rolled grey horse, who is wearing a golden helmet on his head? What I see and guess, answered Sancho, is nothing more than a man on a brown donkey, like mine, who has something that shines on his head." "Well, that's Mambrino's helmet," said Don Quixote. "Move aside and leave me alone with him. You will see how without speaking a word, to save time, I conclude this adventure, and the helmet that I have desired so much remains for me." "I'm careful when I get out of the way," replied Sancho, "but please God, I'll say again, let it be oregano, and not fulling mills. I have already told you, brother, not to lie to me, not even for the sake of food, except that about the fulling mills," said Don Quixote, "I vote. And I don't say more, may your soul beat you." Sancho was silent, afraid that his mistress would not fulfill the vow that she had cast on him, round as a ball. It is, then, the case that the helmet, and the horse and knight that Don Quixote saw, were this, that in that area there were two places, one so small that it neither had an apothecary nor a barber shop, and the other, which was next to it, yea, and sir, the barber of the eldest served the youngest, in which a patient needed to bleed himself and another to make his beard, for which the barber came and brought a basin of osvar. As luck would have it, while he was coming, it began to rain, and so that his hat, which must have been new, would not get stained, he put the basin on his head. And, as it was clean, from half a league he shone. He was riding a brown donkey, as Sancho said, and this was the occasion when Don Quixote thought he was a grey horse, and a knight, and a golden helmet, that all the things that he saw, he accommodated with great ease to his wild chivalry and mischievous thoughts. And when he saw that the poor gentleman was coming close, without arguing with him, at full speed from Rocinante, he locked him with the low spear, intending to pass him from side to side, but when he reached him, without stopping the fury of his career, he said, "Defend yourself, captive creature, or give me of your will what is so rightly due to me." The barber, who, without thinking or fearing it, saw when that phantom came upon himself, he had no other remedy, to be able to protect himself from the blow of the spear, if it was not to let himself fall off the donkey, and he had not touched the ground, when he got up faster than a deer and began to run across that plain, so that the wind would not reach him. The basin was left on the ground, with which Don Quixote contented himself, saying that the pagan had been discreet and had imitated the beaver, which, finding itself harassed by hunters, tears and harps with its teeth, that for which it he, by different natural, knows that he is persecuted. He ordered Sancho to raise the helmet, which, taking it in his hands, said, "By God, the basin is good and it's worth a real 8 like a maravedi." And, giving it to his mistress, he then put it on his head, surrounding it on one side and the other, looking for the lace, and, as he was not found, he said, "Without a doubt, the pagan, to whose measure this famous helmet was first forged, must have had a very large head, and the worst of it is that half is missing." When Sancho heard the catch called for the basin, he could not keep himself from laughing, but the anger of his mistress came to mind, and he fell silent in her midst. "What are you laughing at, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "I laugh," he replied, "at considering the great head that the pagan owner of this helmet had, which resembles nothing more than a colorful barber's basin. Do you know what I imagine, Sancho? That this famous piece of this enchanted helmet, due to some strange accident, must have come into the hands of someone who did not know how to know or estimate its value, and, without knowing what he was doing, seeing it as pure gold, he must have melted down the other half to take advantage of the price, and from the other half he made this one, which looks like a barber's basin, as you say. But whatever it is, that for me who knows her transmutation is irrelevant, that I will prepare it in the first place where there is a blacksmith, and in such a way that it does not take advantage of it, nor even reaches it, the one that the god of smithies made and forged for the god of battles, and, in the meantime, I will bring her as best I can, for something is better than nothing. The more, that good will be enough to defend myself from some stone. That will be, said Sancho, if you don't throw yourself with a sling, as they did in the fight between the two armies, when they crossed your grace's molars and broke the flask containing that most blessed concoction that made me vomit the offal. I'm not very sorry to have lost him, for you already know, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that I have the recipe in my memory. I have it too, replied Sancho, but if I ever do it or try it again in my life, here is my time. What's more, I'm not going to put myself in the situation of needing it, because I plan to guard myself with all my 5 senses from being hurt or from hurting anyone. I'm not saying anything about being blanketed again, that such misfortunes can hardly be prevented, and if they come, you don't have to do anything else but shrug your shoulders, hold your breath, close your eyes and let yourself go where luck and the blanket will take us. You are a bad Christian, Sancho, said Don Quixote, hearing this, because you never forget the injury that has been done to you once. Well, you know that it is noble and generous breasts to ignore childishness. What foot did you get lame? What broken rib? What broken head? So you don't forget that joke. That well rushed the thing. Mockery was an pastime. If I hadn't understood it that way, I would have gone back there and done more damage in your revenge than the Greeks did for the stolen Helena. Which, if she were at this time, or my Dulcinea were at that time, she could be sure that she would not have as much fame of beauty as she has. And here she took a breath, and put him in the clouds. And Sancho said, go for mockery, because revenge can't really happen, but I know of what quality the truths and mockery were, and I also know that they will not fall from my memory, just as they will never be removed from my back. But, leaving this aside, your grace, tell me what we are going to do with this round grey horse, which looks like a brown donkey, left here helpless by that Martino that your grace shot down, that, according to him, he took to his heels and took those of Villadiego. He has no chance of ever going back for him, and for my beards, if the dapple is not good, I am never in the habit, said Don Quixote, of stripping those I conquer, nor is it customary for cavalry to take their horses and leave them on foot, unless the victor had already lost his own in the fight, that, in such a case, it is lawful to take that of the defeated, as won in lawful war. So, Sancho, leave that horse, or donkey, or whatever you want it to be, so that as soon as its owner sees us leaving here, she'll come back for it. God knows if he wanted to take him, replied Sancho, or at least swap with this one of mine, which doesn't seem so good to me. Truly, the laws of chivalry are narrow, since they do not tend to allow one donkey to be exchanged for another, and would like to know if he could even barter the tackle. In that I am not very certain, replied Don Quixote, and, in case of doubt, until I am better informed, I say that you barter them, if you have an extreme need of them. It is so extreme, replied Sancho, that if they were for myself, I would not have needed him any more. And then, empowered with that license, he made mutatio caparum and put his donkey to the 1,000 prettinesses, leaving him improved in third and fifth. This done, they ate lunch of the remains of the reel that they stripped from the mule, drank the water from the stream of the fulling mills, without turning their faces to look at him. Such was the hatred they had for the fear in which they had put them. So, having curbed their anger and even their malice, they mounted their horses and, without taking a specific path, because it was very like knights errant not to take a certain one, they began to walk where Rocinante wanted, which he was leading. Behind him that of his master, and even that of the donkey, which always followed him wherever he led, in good love and company. With all this, they returned to the main road and continued along it at random, without any other plan. Going thus, walking, Sancho said to his mistress, "Sir, will your grace give me permission to chat a little with him?" That, after he gave me that harsh commandment of silence, more than 4 things have rotted in my stomach, and only one that I now have on the tip of my tongue. I wouldn't want it to be badly achieved. "Tell it," said Don Quixote, "and be brief in your reasoning, for no one is happy if it is long." "I'm saying, then, sir," replied Sancho, "that, for a few days now, I've considered how little is earned and gained from going around looking for these adventures that your grace seeks in these deserts and crossroads, where, since win and finish the most dangerous, there is no one who sees or knows. And thus, they must remain in perpetual silence, and to the detriment of your grace's intention and what they deserve. And sir, it seems to me that it would be better, except for the best opinion of your grace, if we went to serve an emperor, or another great prince who has some war, in whose service your grace shows the value of your person, your great forces and greater understanding, that, given this of the Lord whom we serve, by force he has to remunerate us, each according to his merits, and there will not be a lack of someone who puts in writing the exploits of your grace, for perpetual memory. I don't say anything about mine, because they must not leave the limits of the squires, although I know how to say that, if it is customary in chivalry to write deeds of squires, I do not think that mine should remain between the lines." "You are not wrong, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "but, before that term is reached, it is necessary to walk around the world, as if in approval, looking for adventures, so that, finishing some, he may earn such a name and fame that, when he goes to the court of some great monarch, be it the gentleman known for his deeds, and that, as soon as the boys have seen him enter through the city gate, when they all follow and surround him, shouting, saying, 'This is the Knight of the Sun, or of the Serpent, or of any other insignia, under the which would have finished great deeds. This is, they will say, the one who defeated in singular battle the gigantic Brocabruno of the great force, the one who disenchanted the great Mamluk of Persia from the long enchantment in which he had been nearly 900 years. So, from hand to hand, they will go proclaiming your deeds, and then, to the uproar of the boys and the other people, the king of that kingdom will stand at the fenestras of his royal palace, and as soon as he sees the knight, knowing him by arms or by the company of the shield, must necessarily say, Ea, sus. Come out my knights, how many are in my court, to receive the flower of chivalry, who comes here, at whose command they will all come out, and he will reach the middle of the stairs, and embrace him very closely, and give him peace by kissing him on the face, and then she will take him by the hand to the Lady Queen's room, where the gentleman will find her with the Infanta, her daughter, who must be one of the most beautiful and finished maidens who, in most of what is discovered on earth, can hardly be found. It will happen after this, soon on the mainland, that she will fix her eyes on the gentleman and he on hers, and each one will appear to another something more divine than human, and, without knowing how or how not, they have to remain imprisoned and linked in the intricate network of love, and with great concern in their hearts for not knowing how to talk to discover their desires and feelings. From there they will doubtless take him to some richly furnished room in the palace, where, having taken away his arms, they will bring him a rich scarlet cloak with which to cover himself, and although he seemed armed, he must appear just as well and better in farcet. When night comes, she will dine with the king, queen, and princess, where he will never take his eyes off her, looking at her from the bystanders, and she will do the same with the same sagacity. Because, as I have said, she is a very discreet maiden. The tables have been raised, and an ugly little dwarf with a beautiful mistress will enter at the wrong time through the door of the room, who, between two giants, behind the dwarf comes, with a certain adventure, made by an ancient sage. Whoever will finish it, he will be considered the best gentleman in the world. The king will then order that all who are present taste it, and no one will give it an end and a climax except the guest knight, much to the benefit of his fame, which will make the princess very happy, and she will consider herself satisfied and paid, for to have placed his thoughts in such a high part. And the good thing is that this king, or prince, or whatever he is, has a hard-fought war with another as powerful as he is, and the guest knight asks him, after he has been in his court for a few days, for permission to go to serve him in that said war. The king will give it to him in a very good mood, and the knight will courteously kiss his hands for the favor he is doing him. And that night the Infanta will say goodbye to her mistress through the bars of a garden, which falls into the room where she sleeps, for which she had already spoken many times, being mediatrix and knowing all about a maiden whom she cares much for. He trusted he will sigh, she will faint, the maiden will bring water, she will worry a lot because morning is coming, and she would not want him to be discovered, for the honor of her lady. Finally, the Infanta will come to herself and give her white hands through the gate to the knight, who will kiss them 1,000 times and bathe them in tears. He will be agreed between the two of the way that they have to make known the good or bad events of him, and the princess will beg him to stop as little as possible, promise him with many oaths, kiss his hands again, and say goodbye with so much feeling that his life will soon be over. Go from there to her room, lie down on her bed, you cannot sleep from the pain of leaving, get up very early in the morning, go to say goodbye to the king and queen and the Infanta. After saying goodbye to both of them, they tell her that the Lady Infanta is ill-disposed and that she cannot receive visitors. The gentleman thinks that it is a pity for her departure, pierces his heart, and there is little left of not giving a manifest indication of her pity. The middle maiden is in front, she has noticed everything, goes to tell her mistress, who receives her with tears and tells her that one of the greatest sorrows she has is not knowing who her knight is, and if he is of the lineage of kings or not. The maiden assures her that such courtesy, kindness, and courage as that of her knight cannot fit except in a royal and grave subject. She consoles herself with this, her afflicted one. She tries to console herself so as not to give a bad indication of herself to her parents, and after 2 days she goes out in public. The knight is already gone. He fights in the war, defeats the king's enemy, wins many cities, triumphs in many battles, returns to court, sees his lady where he usually goes, arranges for him to ask his father for his wife in payment for their services. The king does not want to give it to him, because he does not know who he is. But, with all this, or robbed or of another whatever luck, the Infanta becomes his wife and his father comes to have him. To great luck, because he came to find out that the said gentleman is the son of a valiant king of no I know which kingdom, because I think it should not be on the map. The father dies, the Infanta inherits, the knight remains king in 2 words. This is where he then comes in to do favors to his squire and to all those who helped him rise to such a high status, marry his squire to a maiden of the Infanta, who will undoubtedly be the one who was third in his love affairs, who is the daughter of a very principal duke. That's what I ask, and straight bars, said Sancho. I abide by that, because everything, to the letter, has to happen by your grace, calling yourself the Knight of the Sad Face. Don't doubt it, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, because from the same steps and by the same steps that I have recounted, knights errant rise and have risen to be kings and emperors. All that remains now is to see which king of the Christians or of the pagans has war and has a beautiful daughter. But there will be time to think about this, because, as I have told you, first you have to gain fame elsewhere before you go to court. I am also missing something else. In the event that a king is found with war and a beautiful daughter, and that I have gained incredible fame throughout the universe, I don't know how it could be found that I am from the lineage of kings, or, at least, a second cousin of emperor, because the king will not want to give me his daughter for a wife if he is not first well aware of this, although my famous deeds deserve it more. So, for this lack, I fear losing what my arm has well deserved. It is true that I am a son of a known lot, of possession and property and of earning 500 soldos, and it could be that the sage who wrote my history demarcated my parentage and descent in such a way that he would find me the 5th or 6th grandson of a king. Because I let you know, Sancho, that there are 2 kinds of lineages in the world, some that bring and overthrow the descendants of princes and monarchs, who little by little time has undone, and have ended up in a point, like a pyramid turned upside down. Others had the beginning of low people, and they go up from grade to grade, until they become great lords. So that there is the difference in that some were, which are no longer, and others are, which were no longer, and I could be one of these who, after finding out, would have been my great and famous beginning, with which the king, my father-in-law, who would be, should have been content. And when not, the Infanta has to love me in such a way that, despite her father, even though she clearly knows that I am the son of an Ascorn, she has to admit me as lord and husband, and if not, the sea bass comes in here and takes her where I like best. That time or death must end the anger of her parents. There also fits well, said Sancho, what some heartless people say, don't ask for what you can take by force, although it is better to say, it is better to kill than to pray from good men. I say this because if the Lord King, your Grace's father-in-law, does not want to subdue himself by handing over to my lady the Infanta, there is nothing but, as your Grace says, roballa and transport her. But there is the harm that, as long as peace is made and the kingdom is peacefully enjoyed, the poor squire will be able to keep his teeth on this Mercedes. If it's not that the third maiden, who is to be her wife, goes out with the Infanta, and he spends her misfortune with her, until heaven orders otherwise, because she could well, I believe, of course give her her master as her lawful wife. No one can take that away, said Don Quixote. Well, whatever that may be, replied Sancho, we only have to entrust ourselves to God, and let luck run where it best leads it. "God do it," replied Don Quixote, "as I desire, and you, Sancho, need. And ruin is the one who considers himself to be ruin." "Be it by God," said Sancho, "I am an old Christian, and to be a count this is enough for me." "And you still have plenty," said Don Quixote, "and when you weren't, I didn't do anything to the case. Because, being the king, I can well give you nobility, without you buying it or serving me with anything. Because, in making yourself a count, sit there, gentlemen, and whatever they say, that in good faith that they have to call you your honor, bad that it weighs on them. And you write that I wouldn't know how to authorize the letrado." Sancho said, "Dictated you have to say, not letrado," said his master. "Be it so," replied Sancho Panza. "I say that I would know how to accommodate him, because, for the life of me, I was a guild for a time, and the guild clothes fit me so well, that everyone said that I had the presence to be able to be a priest of the same guild. Well, what will it be like when I put on a ducal robe, or dress myself in gold and pearls, like a foreign count? For me I have to come to see me from 100 leagues." "You will look well," said Don Quixote, "but you will have to shave your beard often. If you don't shave them with a razor, every 2 days at least, with a shotgun shot, you'll see what you are." "What is there more," said Sancho, "but to hire a barber and have him hired at home? And even, if necessary, I'll make him walk after me, like a groom of great." "Well, how do you know," asked Don Quixote, "that the great have their grooms behind them?" "I'll tell you," answered Sancho. "Last year I was at court for a month, and there I saw a very small gentleman, who was said to be very large, walking around, a man following him on horseback at all the turns he made, which did not seem to be anything but his tail. I asked how that man did not hang out with the other, but he always walked after him. They answered me that she was his groom and that it was the custom of the great to lead such after themselves. Since then I know him so well that he has never forgotten me." "I say that you are right," said Don Quixote, "and that in this way you can take your barber. That customs did not all come together, nor were they invented together, and you can be the first count to carry his barber behind him, and it is even more reliable to make a beard than to saddle a horse." "Let the barber be in my charge," said Sancho, "and let your grace keep trying to become king and make me count." "So it will be," replied Don Quixote. And, raising his eyes, he saw what will be said in the next chapter. 22 Chapter on the freedom that Don Quixote gave to many unfortunate people who, badly enough, took them where they did not want to go. Said Hamid Benengeli, an Arabic and Manchego author, tells, in this very serious, high-sounding, minimal, sweet and imagined story that, after the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha and Sancho Panza, his squire, passed those reasons that are referred to at the end of chapter 21, that Don Quixote he raised his eyes and saw that up to 12 men were coming on foot along the path he was leading, strung like beads on a large iron chain around their necks, and all with handcuffs on their hands. Also came with them 2 men on horseback and 2